amazing.
It's the best one.
Yeah, no carbs or anything.
Wow. Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible.
I think it has fruit juice too. Whatever.
I'm all
Joshi, let's
get into it.
Let's kick it off. All right. You ready?
Yes, sir. 3, 2, 1.
Good, my friends. Welcome back to the official Flash Brothers.
What up? What up? What up?
It's your boys. It's Joshy.
Yes,
it's Sammy.
sir.
We are here. We'll do the intro.
Yeah.
All right.
Get the intro down.
My name is Sam.
What's up?
Right. I will be taking over as the captain, the acting captain on today's voyage.
That's right.
We're all on the same level playing field.
Yeah,
I must say.
so.
Right. We're all friends here. We're all family.
Yeah, absolutely.
But welcome back in. Joining me today, as always, but for the first time in probably 4 or 5 weeks,
Yes.
just Joshy and I.
Yes.
It's Joshy, the star
It's been 5
warrior
weeks, I think.
himself.
Yeah,
I think
5
it has
weeks.
been.
5
Because I
weeks.
pranked you last week.
You did
and
prank
you and
me.
I did a
You
pregame.
pranked me pretty
up until
good.
Johnny got here.
Johnny showed up.
I'm like, yeah, dude, it's our first one back.
Yeah.
He's
Which I'm half expecting right now Johnny to pull up through those doors. I'm almost, if anything, I think that's what's actually about to happen. Of course, there's
No, I really felt like you and I did need some quality time.
Need this
and,
time, man.
you know, let's kick off. I will say,
Yes.
just to wrap up our intro here.
Yes.
Because knowing us,
Yes.
we will get sidetracked.
We will.
And
we're
we'll
about
just dive
to.
in.
We're
Yeah,
about to.
I know. It
It's
is
coming.
Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024, my friends. It is 58. Episode 58 today.
Yes, it is.
Super excited for the main topic.
Oh,
Joshy will be taking it over today
So-
as he has completed another of his episodic series on Xenosaga.
And I want to say, I will explain this more later. I believe that I experienced this at the perfect time. I don't think I could have experienced this any better of timing for these games and where we're at right now. And even doing this episode is just everything has fallen into place.
Yes.
Perfectly.
I also agree. Have you thought about the
Yes.
fact that Switch 2 is on the horizon?
Absolutely.
And I know us.
Oh
We
my gosh.
will be
We're gonna
full
be sucked in.
sending and sucked in. I don't even know
Absolutely.
what's going to be coming.
Absolutely.
Truthfully, I know Nintendo's
Absolutely.
cooking up a bunch of things. So I agree. I feel like
Yes.
for you,
Yes.
getting this all wrapped up right now,
Yes.
it's kind of perfect timing.
I completely agree. I think Xenosaga is... I really wish I could recommend it harder, but it is hard to ask people to invest as much as it is. So just knowing that as a fact and investing my time into it, it might be one of the most rewarding experiences I've ever had. In my gaming life, in my story aspect life, I've watched all of One Piece. This is up there with some of the most rewarding storytelling I've ever experienced. So
You heard it here.
with that said,
First,
get ready for
with
the
that
main
being
topic,
said,
baby.
Yes, sir. So
Are you ready for it?
before we get there,
Yes.
all right. And if y'all haven't tuned into this show before, Joshy and I, are the boys in town here, welcoming
right.
you guys.
That's right.
We like to keep it cash, so we will be kicking off our show as we do with our pop topic.
Yes, sir.
All right, my man. And today's pop topic, Joshy, is kind of going to be a mix of Rendezvous.
Oh.
Because I want to talk about how you and I have been playing Brawl Stars.
Yes.
And how you and I last night picked up, I really wanted to show you, Minecraft Dungeons.
That's right.
So let's start with Brawl Stars.
Yes, let's get it
Because
started.
this, from my perspective, I'll just start with, you and the boys have been playing for a minute.
Yeah.
Some of the boys
not as long.
been playing
yes.
a long time.
I was going
You've
to say,
been playing for how long?
whenever the cruise was, so maybe
Beginning of the year? Was that
beginning of the it was like April. I
Okay.
think.
Okay.
So beginning of the year, it hasn't even been a whole year I've had with Brawl Stars, which is
Like 6 months.
Yeah, 6 months
Yeah.
I'd say. I will say Adrell's been playing since 2020, so he's had this for 4 years, going on 5. And you know, there has always been this kind of wonder I've had where it's like these guys, like you've seen Adrel during like Smash.
We're
matches.
playing Smash, and
he's playing something,
playing Brawl
and I'm like,
Stars.
what the fuck could you possibly be playing? That's honestly the thoughts I'd have in my head. I'm like,
yes.
what the fuck are you playing Brawl Stars, like shit like that, you know?
Yeah.
No,
you know what I will say is it's crazy fun. I love playing it with you. You and I were grinding out some matches for the podcast. It's kind of exactly what I thought. It's like playing League of Legends on your phone, minus all the bullshit.
Yeah.
It's just team
cutting
fighting.
the fat of
all the fat's
much.
gone.
If Riot is making a cut of beef, they are releasing a obese cow. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And you want
beautifully said.
you want a T-bone steak.
Yeah.
Is what you want.
No, I do.
And so there's a lot of fat that has to be cut from an obese cow.
It's a lot of fun. I also think I really like the idea of. I think this is this should be stated. You and I both tend to stay away from too much games as a service as a category. So these games that are like free to play, these games that are free to start, that are just microtransactions up the wazoo.
Yeah.
You and I
it's almost
are
like
not really tied in with those games. You probably more than I have. Yeah. Like, but even like Fortnite I could think of, right, as an example. Like, it's across the board.
Yeah.
And I will say there's something that changes the game when you come into it and you decide, like, firmly you're not spending any money.
I will not.
Right?
Yeah.
I will not. And that was something I told you. I said, Josh, you keep me accountable. I will not be spending any money on this game. Besides actually the battle pass, which is super worth it.
We should mention, we both do spend money on this game.
Okay, but that is $10 a month.
The $10 a month. This that
is very different to me. Than
and I also
the game is free, right?
Yeah.
So there's got to be money made somewhere. I don't even feel good about taking things and just free.
Yeah.
No, I get business models, right?
Yeah.
$10 a month for a game that I'm currently getting use out of.
And you can exist.
I'll happily play that.
Can exist, and I'll say this for someone who's been playing it for 6 months. You can exist with as much, like, you can enjoy this whole game with just what the battle pass
that
derives.
is exactly my point.
Going into dailies and those aspects of the game are so deeply enjoyable and fun.
Yes.
That it truly is like, okay, this is like the game that's meant to be played.
Yeah.
Running through that pass is just so incredibly fun.
It's very fun. And I have to say that it teaches you something. I'm going to say this. And because this is the first games as a service, because I was big into League of Legends. Bless you, bro.
Thank you,
Saw that coming, Bubby.
You did.
I'm no stranger to spending money on games. I've spent money on Pokemon Sleep.
Sure.
Right?
Spend money on Pokemon Go.
I put thousands of dollars in League of Legends when I was playing. Thousands,
That's what Ben Handorf always told me.
Yeah, and there's something that a level of pride you get when you're like investing a bunch of money and a bunch of time into something. It's beautiful. But it changes the game when you decide, no, I'm going to actually strictly, and it's very game dependent, I will say, but I like how Brawl Stars has it set up where truly the game is set up to you chunk out a few matches every day and you will slowly get pretty much everything besides cosmetics. And you still get cosmetics.
But you will.
For free.
And also, I mean, there is an RNG element to it with those stars.
You might not get exactly what you want.
You won't.
You just get stuff.
But I will say 6 months in, which I'm glad you said 6 months, because I don't even know how long I've been playing this game. So 6 months in,
evaluating.
I have gotten so many skins just from, you're tapping away at those star drops. Every once in a while, you'll get a legendary, you'll get a mythic, you'll get an epic.
Yes.
And some of those are skins, some of those are cosmetics, some of those are spray paints, brawlers. I have gotten multiple brawlers just from a simple star drop.
Yes.
So it's almost set up.
My man's allergic. Bless you!
What the fuck is happening?
That was a star drop. I'll tell you what. Bless you once
happening?
again, bro.
I got hit with like something. Oh my gosh. Excuse me, everybody. I'm so sorry about that.
It's all good.
But
luckily, allergies cannot be spread over the microphone.
That's very true. And I'm glad they have it.
His eyes are.
I wish you guys could see my face.
That's true.
I don't know what's happening. but I got attacked with something.
Well, did you hear Kendall? Yeah, like before the weekend, she sneezed like 18 freaking times.
Really?
You're about to do it again too.
It's coming.
It's coming.
I know it's not coming now that I said it.
There's you need to blow your nose at all?
Kleenex or two.
We got Kleenex.
Well,
Yes, we are back.
We are back.
We're back officially.
We are back.
Okay, Joshy,
Yes.
let's get into Brawl Stars. I'm gonna say is a lot of fun. We'll keep
I'm so
updates.
happy you're
I want
enjoying
to do a main topic on Brawl Stars.
Yeah, I think there's a lot.
after having like more time with it. But I'm really liking what I'm seeing of the game.
And you've been playing. I want to mention.
Oh
you've
yes,
been playing Dynamite.
Dynamite.
And I don't know if anyone plays Brawl Stars out there.
Yeah.
But
if y'all have played League of Legends,
yes,
think Ziggs. He's
Ziggs.
Honestly, which is funny. His name's Ziggs because
Yeah.
Ziggy is a very popular character. It's next main topic.
Bring it back.
But Ziggs is very much a I love who Ziggs is in League.
Yeah.
He's like imagine Dynamite, and he kind of embodies this too. Dynamite is like this goofy old prospector guy.
Yeah.
And all he's doing is throwing dynamite, and it like lobs over walls, which is huge. Has huge range, and it like is delayed. But if you can master that kind of like tech,
yes,
really, really high potential. Plus, he's got a stun. Okay.
Yeah.
Ziggs is very much the same way. Ziggs has League is a little more. So in this game, I love it because it's pretty much every character has 2 moves: basic attack, ultimate.
Absolutely.
And then you have like what do they call it? A gadget.
Your gadget is the third basic.
Yeah.
Sometimes
but it's on like its own kind of like charge, and you only get a set
and
amount.
There's 3
so League, you have your 3 basic skills and 1 ultimate that are always on a rotating cooldown. And Ziggs is like just Dynamite but more. Ziggs has the same, his Q is the exact same move of like the bouncing balls. He sets down this it's called Satchel Charge, and it stays on the ground, and if you just set it, it like pops after 4 seconds. It's like beep, 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 boom. He can also blow it up whenever he wants by just pressing it again.
Right.
And if you're in the proximity and it hits an enemy, it'll stun them and displace them.
Wow.
If you hit yourself, it'll bounce you over a wall.
Wow.
So you can do crazy tech with Ziggs. Personally, I was always bad though.
Yeah.
Because League is just a way different beast of a game with a lot more.
So
I like him in this game a lot.
Have you gotten his star power that allows him to be bounced from his own Dynamite?
You know what's crazy?
Yeah.
I just got it from a random star
No
drop.
way!
Yeah, today.
Those star drops do it.
They do it, bro.
That's
Yeah. No, I love that it's there's so much to unlock.
Yes.
Because that also is there's something that I feel like if you have this design of like this again, delayed gratification, it's kind of like Pokemon Sleep even, right?
Sure.
Like or Power World. You're slowly building up your character, your party, your skills, right? It's not like Smash. Smash, you just get better.
Yeah.
These games, they actually grow with you as you get better.
And
right?
it's not in a like a dangerous way where it's instant gratification.
Right.
You don't get really anything in Brawl Stars instantly.
No.
Unless you're spending
you want to spend
big
money, right?
But
that can really take away the enjoyment of the game because unlocking things feels good.
It feels great. I'm on my there's this thing called it's your Star Road.
Yes.
Which is kind of the way you unlock. The game gives you the ability to naturally unlock these characters just throughout the game.
The brawlers.
They're not the brawlers. Yes. They are not stuck to a certain just the shop or the amount of money you can pay for them. They're not. Every character eventually you will come in contact with in the Star Road. That's just how it's set up.
Yeah.
And I find that to be really, really incredible.
It's very fun.
Yeah.
I also really like that it's not the same for everybody.
Very much
so. For example, I unlocked my first mythic just from a random drop.
Yes.
And it was Mr. P, right?
Mr. P, that's right.
Penguin guy.
Yeah.
Right? You said you don't even have Mr. P
I don't
yet?
have him. When I was early on, my first ever mythic, it was like the 3rd brawler I ever got was Buzz. Have you seen this guy?
He's like
the lizard with the glasses.
Oh no,
he's got the stun. He's got like an anchor that like goes towards you, and he pulls himself towards you, and he stuns you while he does that, and then he's an up close.
I've definitely died
attacker.
From this guy.
Absolutely,
way too many.
He
times.
was how I got into the game. He was his whole gameplay and everything about him. is what, like, the way you're talking about Dynamite, that was buzz for me. And he was a mythic drop I just got from a star.
Wow, dude, yeah.
Star,
it's
star
hype.
drop.
It's really cool. So
very fun.
This also kind of reminds me, I will say, of like take Hades. We were talking about on the indie episode. You and I finally, this is coming from probably a year off of playing the game for me, but I went very, very hard into Minecraft Dungeons. And I can't even remember if we've really talked about it on cast, because my time playing this game was definitely pre-cast.
Yeah, I don't think we really have.
Okay, so I'll say, because I really just want to know your thoughts on it.
I would love to give them.
This is coming from, I know Caleb's going to be hyped, because Caleb and I specifically played this game together. And by played this game...
Shout out Caleb.
Shout out.
Huge shout outs.
Caleb. Demon Hunter Caleb. Yes, part of our Flash Force. Man.
Does he watch Demon Slayer?
No. He has seen the first season, I'm pretty sure. I think he's even seen Mugen Train.
You got to see.
He's got to. He would
love it. The peak of Demon Slayer, I think. I mean, Hinokami Kaguya, but also the final fight with Tengen and Gyutaro.
Dude,
come on, dude, that's almost insane.
Tengen's just
amazing.
Definitely Caleb's type of character too.
Yeah.
Tengen's so good.
He's my favorite character.
He's mine too. Yeah,
he's basically
no
Rex
question.
from Xenoblade, but the future version of him.
But but like.
Dual wielding,
yeah, it's just so badass.
He is.
It's such a goof.
He's dual wielding. He has one eye and he has 3 wives. I will say that is pretty.
Dual wielding what?
Yeah,
weapons or guns? No, these crazy scimitars that are on a chain.
Yeah, they're like what's that called? A nunchuck. Yeah. He's like spinning them and holding them in between his arms. Yeah,
literally, so hype. It's stupid.
So insane.
But coming off of Caleb and I went so hard at this game. I want to say I mentioned Hades because, and even Brawl Stars that we're talking about because of this idea of you're progressively getting stronger.
And Minecraft Dungeons is what you were.
Originally. Yeah, and so you're right. I played that before Hades. Really, I've played that before Brawl Stars. To be honest, it's truly parallel to Diablo. Okay. In this style of game that is randomly generated dungeons, a hub world, a story, and a way you follow, but every time you go in, it's always a little bit different. Yes. And random drops. It's huge. Bosses, enemies, they all drop. Drops that we were talking about again on that World of Warcraft part with Johnny. Yes. It has random drops that are tied to your character specifically. So if we're playing, we kill an enemy, they might just drop you something, like a unique legendary item or something, and nothing for me. Or I might just get a common version of a completely different item or the same item. It makes it so addicting because it's this never ending, and especially with how it handles, I'm not going to go too deep, but it's got enchantments and skills.
It does, yeah.
And everything is tied not to your character, but to your builds. And it really, more than other games I've played, haven't you ever played RPGs or games like this where you're almost afraid to invest into anything until you're certain you want to?
Absolutely.
And for good reason. We're conditioned to save, and I'm thinking of something like God of War, right? You play God of War, you're go all in a build and you start getting other armor or weapons and you're ooh, I want to go to another build, but I'm not ready yet.
Right.
Minecraft Dungeons completely flips all of that on its head, and it's different from Diablo because Diablo is very character specific. You have 16 fucking abilities and all this stuff that you're leveling up. Dungeons is all about experimenting, almost in a Breath of the Wild type way.
You don't know what really you're going into, but so you might as well.
It encourages you to completely max out what you currently have. And then when you find something that is potentially better, you can you can sell literally whatever you invested in and dump everything back into it. You get a full refund on anything you've invested. Very, very cool. So I want to just kind of give you the floor for a sec, Joshy. I want to know your early game impression.
Absolutely. I'll say we didn't get to do a mission, really. What was that, Sam? What the heck? We didn't get
crazy.
to do...
I always silence my phone in pregame, but then we come out of pregame, and I just am dumb.
You just do something.
Take it off silent, bro. We're back. So, we played we played 3 levels, and then the tower
yes, we did the tower, which I loved because I feel like I'm really able to get a handle of the game in that way because I just early on I got kind of lucky and I just found some stuff that we both could go the exact same build if we wanted to.
Right.
But you were trying something that you already knew, and I just wanted to try something new.
Yes.
And I really like that aspect of gaming because there is truly so many levels you can go to. I love the feeling of just breaking, like truly breaking a character in and just going. What I did was I went for a full roll build.
Yes.
My armor, I could use enchantments to basically just knock that cooldown time down.
Yeah, it innately has a 1 second cooldown. So you have
cooldown.
like 40%.
At the end of it, I had 40% cooldown of 1 second. So I would roll, which through my sword and I believe my something else was able my armor.
Yes.
I was able to buff my next attack. And at the same time, I also had...
it's called Dynamo.
Yes.
So every time you roll, it like adds a passive stack to your next attack.
The next attack.
And so you're rolling around over Kingdom
I also,
Come.
I had other things I enchanted with my armor where I made it so I have invincibility during my roll. I have fire attack. That I literally leaves a trail of fire every time I dash. So I just
That doesn't hurt you or I.
No.
It only hurts
completely
enemies.
Up to enemies, yeah. I was building the hell out of this roll, and it was so fucking fun. And that's already, from maybe an hour of playing, that's already a way that I know how to play the game. And then I'm already interested in seeing what else I could do, because I did not try many things beyond, the basic sword they gave me and everything with that. So, extremely exciting, extremely fun. I felt it was intuitive to just hop into. For the most part, I thought the cosmetics were so much fun. I personally, I'm always about like, I love when I'm playing a game series playing as the main character, right? I love a game where I get to make my own character. That's always fun.
Yeah.
But to a degree, there's something so enjoyable. So I chose the Steve skin. And I went
the default skin, pretty much.
Yes,
right.
And the character in Smash is what I love to think about. It's like, oh, that's the guy who's in there. The cosmetics were fun. There's a lot to the game, way more. I remember saying to you, I was like, "There's emotes in this game. What the hell?
Emotes?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Crazy emotes like
respawn
respawn flare.
Right. You went with this whole like chicken build.
I went chicken build, baby. I went the chicken build because every time I killed an enemy, it would go. It would like do a peck.
A woodpecker.
And then every time I healed, it would go. And it would like hatch
from an egg, dude.
Yeah, and then my I think I was going a farm build, truthfully. I tried to go as much chicken as possible, but for healing it was pigs.
The heal.
There was heals, and then for the cape I went cow, and then for my emo it was riding a horse. So it was like doing the Gangnam style. It was like like the Minecraft sounds.
Yes.
I will say too, as a big Minecraft fan, I'm a huge fan of Minecraft. I'd say Minecraft is probably no question top 5 games, like my personal favorite games of all time.
Yeah.
I'm huge into every aspect of that game because I've been playing it before horses were even in the game or certain aspects of the game were even viable. So seeing all these things like illagers and even the end and how much that is tied with this whole like aspect of
like the lore,
the magic, and the lore.
Yes,
I found it to be so much fun as a fan of Minecraft,
Cool.
And even almost like, come on, let's get some of these weapons in fucking Minecraft. Because it really is like some of these weapons are like straight out of Terraria, where like Terraria you have what feels like infinite options for the way you want to build your character and the way that you do it.
Yeah,
Terraria does it perfectly because because they have those you know how you had 3 slots for like those kind of passive abilities?
Yeah, like the enchantments.
The enchantments and things you can add. In Terraria, they have a specific table you can build where you fuse 2 things together. And you can fuse 2 things, meaning you can carry more things. I have like, not to get off topic, but on Terraria, I have like the ability to climb up walls, the ability to like fly for a short distance, no fall damage because you only get like 4 slots, but I condense so many together. But anyway.
Yeah. Well, I want to say
Dungeons, so fun.
I'm really excited. I'm excited for you to see
definitely
more. I'm
think we should
excited
play
to see
more.
your take on it. I'm excited to go
definitely
through
think we
it
should play.
once again because I feel like I've taken a long enough break now.
Yeah, where you can
that
go
I'm
back
like,
in and
yeah,
enjoy it.
yeah, because there's kind of a thing.
There's new content, or
So I thought there was, but I think that I think it's over because I think how it went down lore wise from Mojang is that they started working on Legends after the 3rd season that they had of a battle pass, right? Yeah. So I got all 3 of those seasons, which were like $4 once the game came out, and then 2 DLC packs. So I think in total I have everything. So I just haven't unlocked it because you have to like play through the battle pass. And work up the battle pass specific XP or whatever to get all the rewards. So we have a lot more to unlock. We just haven't unlocked everything yet, and that makes it even more hype. You know? But replayability is insane because you can literally from the 3 default difficulties, it's like normal, hard, nightmare. Okay, basically. After that, you have like nightmare up to nightmare 25. Okay, and let me tell you, Caleb and I didn't even get to nightmare 25. Right? We got close, but you are just always dealing with this very addictive cycle of power spike, underwhelming. Power spike, underwhelming, right? Like you're never too strong. The game always humbles you. Right?
And I think it's the best way you can do those types of games because the true point is that you're always getting stronger.
Right.
And you can't really do that if you're,
And some builds are amazing for where you're at in the game or certain mobs.
Right.
But then other builds, like so for example, you're doing this roll build.
Yes.
You're very in their face.
Yes.
Okay? It actually works amazing for pretty much all of the early game, and it might carry you thus far in the tower even, right?
Sure.
Eventually, though, when you get to enchanted creepers and enchanted, like, golems, those dudes want to be in your face. You will not overpower them with gimmicks. You want to distance yourself.
You have to distance yourself.
You would rather... that's where, like, another build could come in of slowing and CC,
like that freezing bow I have.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which
they don't even get to touch you.
Yes.
Because of that.
Theoretically, that would be ideal for each build, would be to have, like, a way to combat everything. I'm all about that. I think that's awesome. I definitely have... with something like this, where it's waves and it's kind of like things getting stronger... I know it sounds silly, but I feel like even certain like tower defense games, I play balloons. That idea of having a build, because these characters are, I don't know if you know much about Bloons tower defense.
Oh, I do.
But they're buildable. So they have 3 tiers. You can only choose 2, you can choose two slots of each tier, and then you can max out the other one. So every game, technically, you could build each tower completely differently than the next. Some tiers are going to be great for early game. Some are going to be bad for later game, or you could set up yourself for a later game. Maybe you're struggling a little bit in early game because balloons are coming out later, but you're there to do damage, not like quantity. So
you know what I'll even like extend on to is that and that's amazing in the confines of a single player experience, and that's why I think this game's so special because it can be single player. Got my pen, my bad. It can be single player. It can be 2 player. It can be 4 player, right? And each variation of that formula is different. Like they balance it so that it is doable whether you're solo duo, right? So having a 2-player build, because that's how I went through with Caleb. Really cool the amount of cycles we would go through of we both did whatever we wanted. We both did things that synergized. And then we had to always like regroup when we get humbled to be like, all right, what's our new strat?
What are we doing here?
Right?
Yeah,
constantly. So
I'm all about that.
Yeah, dude, I'm stoked.
I thought it was super fun. Yeah, I thought it was super fun. What I want to say is that I am very impressed and I'm excited. For more. I think once we play more, whenever you feel ready, we will be hosting a main topic on Minecraft Dungeons, especially because why I specifically want to do it with you and why I want to have this experience with you is because of how different our experience is with base Minecraft and you as a gamer. I'm from our gen gap and also like
you love and appreciate all this lore in Minecraft that I don't. I never like really got into.
I was gonna say that last night of just this idea of like there is Minecraft lore, and you will rarely find people who care too much about it, right? But there is there is a fun part of
I have no doubt. Oh yeah, bro. So, Joshy.
Yes.
With that being said,
yes,
I would like to segment to one other kind of pop topic, kind of off topic.
Sure.
Okay. And I'll have the dolphin noises ready because I'm going to do some name drops.
Wait. Before we get into this, can I pee one more time?
Oh, yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, let's pause.
Right.
All right, yeah, we're back.
We're back.
We're back. Sick.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
He always pulls up.
I'm the edit guy.
You are the edit guy. Yeah. From TikTok, from these YouTube shorts, like these crazy mashups.
Literally anything I'm into, I can find it.
Oh yeah. Okay.
That's
well,
kind of just the truth of this world.
Joshy, I just want to dive in real quick.
Yes.
To an email.
Yes.
We received.
Can we
Flash Bros?
Can I grab another drink?
Podcast. Yes, please.
This
pull
email.
Pull it out.
Is that okay?
Yeah, of course. So, guys, so again, I'm gonna name drop. So that's why there will be censoring. Don't be alarmed. We got reached out by a man named, which is ironic because that's his last name. Remember? One of the most common last names.
It's also. I mean, we can censor all this, but it's also his last name.
Right. You're absolutely right. So the title of the email to the Flash Bros was, by the way, we got this email yesterday.
Wait, real quick.
Oh, 3, 1.
3, 1.
Got it, baby.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Greg Allen Martin, District Attorney to actor/star of the upcoming family-friendly and faith-based series Shadrach. Okay?
Already, that's such a funny sentence.
Yeah,
just
and
you know,
we've gotten some write-ins on our email. I will say, you know, this is about what I expected when that's why I didn't put my personal email for our podcast, was because actually, fun fact, to make a domain of any kind, including an RSS feed for our podcast, there has to be an email within the URL itself. So our email, flashbrospodcast@gmail.com, it literally is totally public, right?
Right.
Before we even get, I want to really, I think you nailed your thoughts on all of this, but this has AI written all over it.
Yes, you gotta read it though. You gotta read this.
So this is the email, okay? Sam and Joshy, confession. Your take on the Ocarina of Time soundtrack is still playing in my head. It's that good. But let's go back to why I'm reaching out, shall we? Greg Allen Martin, soon to star in the faith-based series Shadrach, could offer a fascinating narrative that's as engaging as any game plotline. Imagine mixing his tales with your anime and gaming discussions. Sounds like a match made in podcast heaven. If you're on the fence, I'd love to chat more about having Greg in your show. How about a quick call to brainstorm some ideas? Best, founder and CEO, communications and PR of SNA Communications. So, Joshy, this is actually an email you didn't know those exact words because this is a second email this guy sent. And the first email he sent on October 11th, and this is what I showed you yesterday.
What?
Which I'll just add that in. Hey, Sam and Joshy, I've been diving into your Flash Classics segment, and the nostalgia around Ocarina of Time brought back memories of my first playthrough. That epic debate about Link's dodging skills had me nodding along like a true fan. This got me thinking about your passion for storytelling in gaming. I'm excited to introduce Greg Allen Martin, who shares a similar talent for bringing narratives to life on screen. He will soon grace screens as a rugged rancher in the upcoming series Shadrach, with a versatile repertoire from iconic roles such as Jed in Ozark to stirring performances in Mad Men. I'm very familiar with both of those shows.
And Ozark's, it's pretty popular.
Yeah. Mad Men, I mean, that was not so much popularity now. I mean, it's more like reruns, but I mean, that's a classic.
That was a classic.
Greg's ability to connect with audiences would resonate with your 500 family-friendly TV enthusiasts. He's more than an actor. He's an engaging storyteller who breathes life into each character he portrays. Curious to explore how Greg can add a dynamic spin to your podcast? I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts.
No, that is
Joshy,
hilarious.
this is so
That is hilarious.
funny.
I genuinely wish we could so top.
This is top tier.
If we could show the audience a picture right now,
yes,
I wish we could.
I think the picture is the icing on the cake.
It really is.
Yeah. So we'll get back to the picture. I want to know your thoughts. When I told you this last night, what was going through your head?
Well, okay. Automatically, obviously, I'm going to say the obvious, which you already said.
Let's do it.
This is so clearly an AI-generated statement. The AI will latch onto any little word or little thing that it can get onto.
Yeah.
Such as Flash Classics. The fact that we were talking about the dodging mechanics. Which is something we did not talk about in depth at all.
No.
You mentioned it.
Yeah.
That's an AI thought process
right.
of it picks up.
I remember bringing up.
Yes.
Like, I can summarize it in one sentence.
Yes.
We literally said there's controversy behind the combat.
Yes.
I.e. Game Grumps, Aaron from Game Grumps, talking about how it's lazy design.
He was talking about it and it wasn't even a... Yeah, it was a Egoraptor.
It was Egoraptor.
On Sequelitis was
right. It wasn't even it was just from Game Grumps. Yeah, we mentioned that in passing, didn't dive into that at all. Yeah. So funny.
So he hooked on to that, and that was the idea. Right. So I just find that so funny, and it reeks.
Family friendly. We said it in both titles and in both blurbs too. It's like, I know we're going for the family friendly vibe.
Were trying.
We say that in our like multi-tab.
Right.
But so I'm so confused.
Yeah. It's very clearly not a person who listened to the podcast, and very much so an AI that's picking up on buzzwords.
Yeah, and look, I don't want to downplay our content at all.
Sure,
but I'll be a realist.
Yeah.
We are still very much growing. Okay,
yeah.
Like our average episodes range from 5 to 25 listens just on the podcast platform.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Maybe this guy found us on YouTube, and we got a little more on YouTube. To give some credit.
Yeah.
Why? Right. Would a big name actor from Mad Men and from Ozark be trying to reach out to us?
I want to look this guy up. What's his name?
His name? Oh, the guy that he's talking about. So his name? I'll bring back his intro
and
now.
I'll look it up.
This got me thinking. I'm excited to introduce Greg Allen Martin. That's his full name. I want to know what this guy looks like too, and I also want to kind of look up Shadrach and see if there's any merit to what this guy's talking about. So I'm gonna look that up. You look up Greg Allen Martin.
It's an older gentleman, is what it looks like. I'm gonna go on IMDb.
Oh my gosh!
What?
Why did I not make this connection?
What do you mean?
Well, I looked up Shadrach,
and
actually, there's a character in the Bible. It's Shadrach specifically, Meshach and Abednego. Have you heard of those people?
I've heard the names.
You've heard the names. Okay. These are the 3 boys who were a part of, I think it's Nebuchadnezzar, King Nebuchadnezzar. And at a time, I think it was like Jericho. I can't remember the whole context, right? But these 3 boys were a part of, under the kingdom of Nebuchadnezzar, and he put up a massive gold statue.
King Nebuchadnezzar II of Babylon.
Okay, Babylon. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, the Babylonian Empire.
And so I know this story very well. Yeah, they're thrown into
the furnace of fire for not bowing down and worshiping the giant gold statue.
Right.
They all were very firm at being like, no, we're not going to do that because we worship one God.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And he threw them in, and they didn't die. In fact, the flames went out. He could see what looked like a 4th person in there, glowing all white like an angel, and they all walked out completely unharmed.
And that's the story of it was like the God was there to basically save them. Right.
Yeah.
How old were these
boys?
Yeah, were they young?
It says they were boys. So
a lot of these pictures are depicting them as like, I mean, they have beards and stuff, but I'm seeing a couple that are like depicting them as actual like children, which is like this one right here.
Right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they were pretty young. If you want, they could have had my hot take on the story, VeggieTales, kind of nails it, you know?
Oh my god, that's where I saw it from.
Yes, absolutely.
Holy crap.
Absolutely, bro.
I forgot that's the story.
Yes.
Because they, oh my gosh. That is also so funny that no matter how, like, we're from two different generations, we both had the VeggieTales,
like childhood?
Yeah, childhood.
Yeah.
Which is so funny.
Oh, yeah.
Rack Shack and Benny.
Rack Shack
and... Well, that's what it was called in this.
Rack Shack and
And Benny. I absolutely remember that. I literally remember having a VHS tape with the bunny on the cover, Rack Shack and Benny, and yes. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So okay, let's wrap this whole. You know, this is just really fun.
AI,
I don't know if there's much more to say on it, but what I do want to say on the AI aspect is I wish, again, as Joshi said, you should see the picture because I've got Gmail, right? And it shows like a thumbnail from their Gmail at their Google account.
Right.
And it just shows like a little like picture of this dude who looks like he's wearing like a suit. And I'm like, oh, let me pull him up and see if if this looks legit.
You know this guy.
Look at this guy. Yeah. It is like the most, you describe it, okay? What is your thoughts going through this area?
It's even sillier when I'm looking at it now. First of all, it genuinely looks like the shadows have been edited into this photo.
Yes.
He's wearing a hat over his head, and it's covering like one eye. It's an Asian man who was wearing a full suit. And the whole thing...
The suit doesn't even look like it fits him.
Me personally...
the head is like...
The head's huge, and then these are the arms. Like, that's where it's supposed to... It looks like AI to me.
Yes.
I think it's AI. The eyes are what gets me. The shadow above it, and then a shadow under the neck. You're so right. But in the background, either he's standing in front of a green screen, right? And he green screened that background in, or... we're dealing with a completely AI
because like it's man. Like look at his shoulders
that is so not real
into the background.
Yeah, it's so not it. It's not real. And why would his arms be that small if that's the indent in which they're supposed to be like?
Right.
No.
Right.
No.
It's
not real.
It's
a fake man.
Insane.
It's a fake man. But
fake news, baby.
Why is he reaching out? I'm glad
there's so many.
Here's what I'll say.
Yeah.
I'm glad he's a fan. Hey. Glad he enjoyed our commentary.
I don't think this better not be you, bro. I love it so much. I'm glad he's enjoying our family-friendly, faith-based series. It actually makes so much sense he said faith-based now.
Yes, yeah, it's starting to make sense.
Wow.
And he probably was listening to some of those Xenosagas, heard us talking about the Messiah and all those things, and he must have really locked in and understood what we were talking about. So,
well,
shout out our boy.
Shout outs to our boy. Joshi, let's kick this show off with our first official segment, shall we?
Let's do it.
Are you down? Okay,
yes,
sweet. You already know what it is.
Yes, sir.
I was thinking, do you want to pre-record our newsflash, or do you want to like do it fresh every time?
We'll do it fresh every time. What do you mean pre-record? We can't.
Like
it's like the last thing we could pre-record.
This is the newsflash. You'd be like, no, just the intro.
Oh, the intro. No, I'm okay with it.
You're like, how would we
gotta do it every time.
Record the news?
I feel like that's what I was saying. I'm like, well, what the fuck are you on about?
All right.
No, let's just sing it different every time.
Yeah.
I feel like every time it deserves something different.
Well,
check us out.
Let's jump into the newsflash. Newsflash. Get him with the
give me newsflash. Newsflash.
Oh, I really got some news.
Yeah, baby, got a newsflash. Flash.
I also love it's like kind of different every
time. It has to be different every time because that's the point. It doesn't have an intro. It has a what's the other wait, hold up. It's got a what is it called when someone introduces something?
It's got a precursor.
Yeah, an announcement. No. When someone an actor is standing on stage introducing another actor, what is that called? Help me out here.
Like the introduction?
Fuck!
What do you mean?
Fine. It's not an opening theme song. It's an introduction.
That's
what I'll say. Yes.
Okay. Well, Joshi, for today's patch notes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, what are we
all we
looking
got really is our weather report, as usual. And I got good news, my man. For those across the U.S., they're probably feeling it too, because my understanding is the entire U.S. has been extremely warm all summer, right? Across the board, any state. We've definitely been feeling it in Arizona.
Have we
still been in the hundos?
Goodness.
Except for last week.
Yes.
And we are finally dropping down. I think the thing to always pay attention to with Arizona weather is the lows. Because having lows of 80s feels so incredibly different from a low of 58 today. Okay.
That's right.
So with a high of 93, sure, it's still cooking.
It's getting up there.
Yeah. But it looks like this will be finally our last week of 90s for the year. With a high of 93.
But how many times have we said that?
I know. I know. Can I also say I've probably paid attention to the weather temperature more this year than any other year in Arizona.
Yeah, I agree completely.
And it has been so whack.
No, it's been whack.
I will look a week in advance, and then I'll look next week to follow up, and I'm like, wait, I remember.
We went from 70s last week.
Yep.
To back to 90s for this week. And then guess what's next week? We're back to 70s and 80s.
70s and
what
80s.
The fuck is happening?
Hoodie season is coming, baby.
I pray. I think it's going to be hoodie and then back to
sweaty.
The sweaty, yeah.
Sweaty,
I
know, man.
Hoodie,
yeah, so, looking forward. We'll have updates coming next week.
Yeah, good stuff.
Joshy, for the news today, you have been kind of really taking over the news since, I think, season 3.
Yeah,
maybe it was season 4.
Season 4, I think.
Mid-season 3. Yeah. So you've been doing it for a while. But I figured for today's main topic.
And we went pretty crazy last week.
We did.
If you guys didn't listen,
last week.
Make sure to check it out. We talk about the whole Pokemon leaks, and we go into more than just the Pokemon leaks.
Yes.
We dig deep into some Pokemon lore that was just announced, so go check that out.
Yes, sir. So I have here, Joshy, our headline and a couple stories to follow. None of these we really need to go deep in.
Yes.
But I thought this is the most hype. Our headline today is Smash Bros. Creator Masahiro Sakurai quits YouTube with final video teasing mystery new game.
What? When did this come out?
It's subtext is ultimate news. This story was dropped October 22nd, so this came out this morning, and it was actually updated about an hour ago. So, by the way, this was an image he posted on this YouTube video. What does that kind of look like to you?
Oh my god, it looks like a freaking Smash letter.
Kind of looks like without Smash being in it.
No, there's no Smash. From what you guys can tell, there's no Smash.
Right.
But come on, you're gonna have a white sheet of rectangular paper.
And do you remember how they revealed Joker? Stamp? It was like a letter, bro. Yes, exactly.
It was literally with
a stamp. Yes, bro.
Just saying. We're not going too crazy in this, but just saying.
What the article says, because I did not see this video myself, is Sakurai revealed in this YouTube video that a video game development proposal was given to him in July of 2021, actually.
Oh, wow.
So 2 years ago, okay? And he was busy putting together Kazuya's reveal video and the final DLC of Sora at the time.
Very good.
Okay, in Ultimate.
Very good.
And production has begun on this mysterious game officially as of April 2022.
Wow.
And is 2.5 years in the making as of right now. Sakurai added that assuming this video game is completed, it should be announced sooner or later, in quotes.
Wow.
And did not say anything more specific. I'll wrap with his final quote, which was,
this is exciting.
I received a request to make a game proposal, which I finished at lightning speed. I'm sorry I can't share more, but assuming we're able to get it made, it should be announced sooner or later. Really, that's all that was said.
Okay.
And other than speculation and kind of like who Sakurai is, that's all we got. And I kind of wanted to know what your thoughts were.
Okay, I'm going to say this right now. From what he's saying, I don't think it's a Smash game. I believe Sakurai has been over Smash since Brawl. And the only reason Ultimate is as ultimate as it is because of his friendship with Iwata. And his promise that he made to him talking about the NX and the eventual Switch and everything that came out with it. And if you know about that, he basically, kind of one of Iwata's final requests of Sakurai, a longtime friend of his, was to please make a Smash game for the Switch. I believe that's what Ultimate is.
The wish
because
was
I
actually
feel
a final Smash.
A final Smash.
Because he was pulled out of retirement every time.
Exactly. Since Brawl or maybe Melee, I think it was Brawl.
Since the first one.
Melee, he might have even. Yeah, he might have been.
In Melee.
No, because they had Scrap's characters, and he always said, "I want to make another." That is how it was.
You're right.
Because he had the ideas for Zelda, he had the ideas for Bowser, he had the ideas for
Well, the reason I say it too is that you're absolutely right in all those, but he was very satisfied with the completion of Smash 64.
Sure,
and it got to the point where he said, "Fine, only if I get a live orchestra."
Yes.
And Nintendo wasn't willing to budge, and Sakurai said, "Okay,
fine,
it's
not happening."
Right.
And then they said, "All right, fine." With that said,
so
Brawl was the end to Smash. Subspace Emissary was the finale of Smash, and guess what? We have 2 games since then.
Right.
So I don't believe it's Smash Bros. I don't believe he would be excited or anticipating an announcement for a new Smash Bros.
Right.
Because Sakurai is he's an artist. He makes incredible works. I really want to compare him to Kojima because after playing through essentially all of Kid Icarus Uprising, which I have 2 chapters ago, and we'll get on that one day. But I've been hooked with Xenosaga.
It'll happen.
Basically playing through all that, I can see where this man's passions lie. It's through creating something that he finds interesting. And he was interested, he loves Kirby, who's his baby, basically. He loves creating something fun and new. He loves that.
Yeah.
And
he's a visionary.
He's a visionary. That's what I'm saying. He's an artist visionary. And I don't think it's his Smash related.
I completely agree.
Yeah, you agree?
I don't even honestly have any other like, if there's anything I feel like we can't just like accurately predict right what this is going to be.
Right.
If anything, if I was to make a hard guess, it would not be Smash. A. B. It would be something along the lines of one of his babies, Kid Icarus,
like
Kirby.
a Kid Icarus. I don't even think Kirby, because he's stepped back a little bit more from Kirby in the past couple of years.
And I also think that there's evidence to say it wouldn't be Kid Icarus either. Because
I also agree with that.
Why Nintendo came to him with the proposal based on what this article said.
That's not Kid Icarus.
And they did it during Ultimate.
Yeah.
So that can't
it's something
be Smash.
new. I just genuinely think it's something new.
Sakurai's idea.
It could be a new IP. It could also be something like I could see this being like Ice Climbers, the video game. You know what I mean? Like a new Ice Climbers or Earthbound, you know, like something like that. Where obviously I'm kind of referencing Kid Icarus, but I'm saying like that idea of revitalizing something that already kind of has a following, but just dig into it and go and have fun with it. I think he really kept that YouTube channel alive with his Smash videos, which I watched a lot of. But I also think he's over it. I think he's over that. I think he's over the idea of having Smash videos. I think he's over... I genuinely think Sakurai is the fact that he's still going. He's, what, 46 now? Or 47? He's getting up there.
Yeah. 43. I thought he was in his 50s, but...
he could be. I think he's, like, late 40s.
Well, he's been, doing this for a long time.
He has. And so, you know, I've heard of some game directors... retiring before he has. So the fact that he's continuously going is, I think it's just a testament to he is passionate about this new project. And honestly, I have not seen him passionate about something like this since maybe even Kid Icarus, to be honest with you. Because, I mean, Ultimate, he clearly was a passionate, but for I feel a different reason. The fans were more. He was doing it for the fans, and he was doing it for Iwata, and he was doing it for the Switch, and he was doing it for all these reasons.
Completely agree. Yeah. So I'm excited, curious.
Yes, very.
I think specifically because Sakurai truly doesn't do anything he doesn't want to do.
No.
But I'm very curious what this proposal was, because it wasn't his idea.
I will say, though, there is you can tell when Sakurai is not so interested in a series. Smash for Wii U and 3DS, probably the least inspired. Jinx, baby! Let's go, dude. That's Smash. That's literally Flash right there.
Insane.
That's a Flash ultimate moment.
I got
you,
bro. Well, let's digress here, Josh.
Yeah,
let's digress. I got something else that I think you're gonna be stoked for.
Do you mind? Can I grab another drink?
Please.
I'm loving this.
Yeah,
Can you drink more too?
That was
Come
beautiful.
on.
By the way, I found a picture of Greg Allen Martin.
I did. I saw when we were looking him up.
Yeah.
Who is he? I don't know who that is. I still don't know who that is.
Yeah, he's from The Reality. So there you go. The opposite of AI. So that's weird.
He is a real man.
All right. Well, Joshy, this article I have titled
Yes.
might be relevant to you. We'll see. You let me know.
Okay.
With Insomniac's Spider-Man 2 confirmed to be skipping story DLC, fans are waving goodbye and wondering what's next. Were you aware this is happening?
I was not.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I was pretty certain there would be some DLC.
Think
because
a lot of fans were. That's what it looks like.
Because of even the way the game apparently is setting up for the third one. There's a whole side story with Wraith and what's her name? The chief of police. I can't remember her name in this one. It's I can't remember her name, but she was the main character of the story DLC in the original game, and then she came to be an important part of this whole side quest, which was dealing with this like certain cult, where it turns out Cletus Cassidy was the culprit of this this whole side quest, who is famously Carnage. Do you know who that is? Venom's son, technically, who becomes connected with a serial killer named Cletus Cassidy in Spider-Man lore. And this was a huge side quest and ended on a huge cliffhanger. And so people were assuming, okay, well, if Yuri is her name, Yuri something.
Yuri something. Okay.
But since the first game was so based around her during the DLC, they were just assuming it would only make sense that the second game would conclude these stories with DLC. So very interesting. When was this found out?
So this was discovered. I mean, this article was written yesterday, October 21st, with its information. I'll be real. I skimmed the article. I wanted to kind of make it just kind of focus on the topic at hand and not really go deep into it.
Yes.
But I'm skimming it right now. It seems as though I'm reminded that, remember the data breach that happened?
Yes.
Insomniac's specific data breach. It seems like that has something to do with it, because a part of the data breach did reveal DLC for Spider-Man 2, in addition to the future wave of games that Insomniac's working on, right?
Wow.
Such as the new Venom game in 2025, the Wolverine game in 2026, Spider-Man 3 in 2028, and a new Ratchet & Clank in 2029. Yes. Right. Even more after that, some untitled new IPs in 2031 and 32.
Yes.
However, there was, following the Insomniac data breach, Sony made significant layoffs to its staff, around 900 total workers across all of Sony's force.
That's so much.
And a huge part of that was a part of Insomniac as well, you know?
Wow.
So it's kind of tough to say, and a lot happens behind the scenes, and as you know with Xenosaga, Joshy, plans are made, but costs come into the picture.
Yeah, things change.
Unfortunately, not being independent means that you have other dogs controlling your money, right? And that's a part of unfortunately, Insomniac is not independent anymore, right? No. So being owned by Sony does mean that Sony is in control of ultimately the decisions of where they're going with DLC.
Wow. Well, the way you explained that just now, to be honest, it sounds like they were setting up for DLC. I really do believe that that story was meant to be followed up and continued with a DLC.
It has a name, by the way. What was it called? Beetle Villain Arc.
Beetle Villain Arc.
Yeah, that was a part of the data breach.
Very interesting.
Was that the DLC? There was DLC in a menu, and it was literally called Beetle Villain Arc.
Wow, I wonder what stopped the push for that. I wonder what it would. what it would be.
It could be a lot of reasons.
It could be.
Yeah. But, so I think that was very worthy of some news, and I know there's
I
lot
will
of
say,
Spider-Man fans out there.
Yeah, I will say, including myself, I'm pretty disappointed, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
Because I feel there's a lot more that could be told during Spider-Man 2. I don't feel like it should just be left to be just the game it is now, because I think there's a lot more you could do. In the same way, the first game, it's like there's so much more they could do, and then they did it, with that DLC.
Yes.
But
yes.
Just a little disappointed is what I feel right now.
Yeah, let's go then to a higher note here. Okay, I got two more pieces for you.
Please.
This is a follow-up, Joshy, of last week. You probably will remember exactly what I'm talking about. The title. This is all from IGN. I forgot to mention, but the title is, it took about 2 seconds for Nintendo's mysterious Switch game to leak. Do you remember?
Yes, there was an NDA, that was publicly...
A public playtest. Right. So, I'm not going to go knee-deep in the article here, but it's so funny, okay? So, the article basically details exactly what we talked about with Johnny, what would exactly happen, which was 2 seconds after the playtest went live.
Yes.
This random dude, I'm going to call him out at Ethan_this guy on Twitter, right? Wow. This is from the article. He literally put, "Hope Nintendo doesn't kill me for this," and then a picture. Okay?
What's the picture? Do you see?
The picture is...
Yes. Let me see this.
Let's just click on it right here.
Yeah.
Boom.
Let's see.
Oh, it's been removed. No way. So, yeah, that would explain why IGN didn't have the images.
You gotta
say those images, Twitter has now pulled offline in response to report from the copyright holder.
Do you think
definitely from Nintendo? Or,
do you think you'd find it?
Probably, but let me just tell you.
Okay.
Because I think that this is all we need to know. Okay. The rumors.
Let me see.
Of a new Miiverse. Definitely what is happening.
I need to see pictures. What are you talking about?
The pictures reveal clear MMO social hybrid experiences that some are already comparing to Miiverse, which Nintendo discontinued on their Wii U and 3DS.
Oh my god, they're bringing it back for the Switch too.
The idea, according to the leaked images of the Nintendo website, is to work with other players to develop a massive planet via farmed resources and building up your own plot of land. Amongst a bunch of other details that, again, I don't want to go too into it, but it seems like it's kind of a hybrid kind of game into what Miiverse was, and this big connector to everything that no doubt is going to be a part of the Switch 2 and definitely built into it.
Absolutely.
If anything, we also get that as a future downloadable thing for our original Switches as well. But...
this is so crazy.
Yeah, dude, this is so how does it make you feel? I feel like I don't really I appreciate Miiverse for what it is, truly, especially with time. I feel like Miiverse only got better. So I want to know from your perspective where you're at.
Miiverse might be one of the greatest things that ever has been done by Nintendo, and I don't.
Wow, what a statement, man!
I promise you that I am a lifelong Nintendo fan. I have been following Nintendo since I played my neighbor's N64 when I was a child, a little kid, right? I have so much love for everything Nintendo, and Miiverse might be one of the greatest things they've ever done. Miiverse, connecting that with the way that your games interact is genuinely missing. You put a game like Splatoon 2 or even Splatoon 3, I haven't played Splatoon 3, onto a console that doesn't have Miiverse, and it's missing something so deeply. It is almost as if it got gutted for something that made it as fun as it was. Walking through, and I'm not kidding, walking through a lobby in Splatoon 2 is probably 75% less fun because of this idea that there is less of a community. You made friends,
and that's
you made
because
posts.
Miiverse and Splatoon were literally like Splatoon was created integrated.
It's integrated
with
perfectly.
all of that.
And I'm not even just talking about that. I am also talking about the fact that you bring a port like the Super Mario 3D World, they still have stamps. What the fuck are you going to use those for? What the hell are you going to use that for?
Referencing?
Truthfully, the point is it was made for Miiverse posts, which people made hilarious like drawings and statement and all these things that you could then share through a website. Obviously, I'm not saying all of that needs return, but there is a social aspect that what they tried to do was integrate Twitter into Splatoon 2. It didn't work. I made a whole new Instagram. I made a whole new Twitter. I made a whole new Gmail for the Splatoon 2. That's where the name Jay Sploon came from, because it was Josh's Splatoon.
Shut up,
Jay
bro.
Sploon was.
I didn't know that.
This is lore that I'm dropping onto everyone because I wanted
Jay
to.
Sploon.
Jay Sploon. It was Josh Splatoon, and the whole thing was I wanted to recapture those feelings that were only possible in Miiverse, and guess what? It was impossible.
No.
So
you're absolutely
what
right.
I'll say, this only excites me. I will not compare it completely to Miiverse because I want it to be its own thing.
Okay.
But a social aspect of a Nintendo property, they are lacking in the Switch, and the Switch is dangerously disconnected in a point where I would say even there's a possibility that if there was a social aspect to Splatoon 3, I would probably own it right now on my Switch. I'm a huge Splatoon fan. I'm probably, one of the bigger people that went serious on both of those first two games. But what didn't call me back, right? That's something to really think about.
It is.
Why have you invested your time into these first two games and really ignored the third one?
I also want to say, it is worth mentioning.
Yes.
There is currently, amongst all the modern era we are in, okay, and with technology and gaming across the board, the only device that you currently have present on the market that does not allow any kind of real, genuine voice or messaging chat function is the Switch. That is it.
Switch.
Any phone, any Steam Deck, PlayStation, Xbox, anything is all interconnected in a way that Nintendo isn't. It desperately, I'm with you, it desperately needs something. It's missing.
You look at any of those ported over deluxe version of Wii U games, and they add shit to it, but there's something hollow about certain aspects. And obviously I'm thinking of, Splatoon 2, which is clearly a Wii U game, but also like...
But I'm saying, like, in addition, let's go beyond the Wii U, like, rehash and remakes. It's so apparent it's because we already had it also. We need something. Something's missing.
Something is very clearly missing. That's what I'm saying. So if they want to switch, skip the Switch generation and move this to Switch 2, I think it's already a big enough selling point where you could truly disconnect the Switch and the Switch 2, and I honestly think it's genius.
You really think it would come to the Switch 1?
Possibly. But I think they would integrate it the way they integrated Miiverse into the 3DS. Do you remember how they did that with the Wii U?
Yes.
There were certain limitations. There were certain things where you would see if someone posted something from a 3DS. You'd see if someone posted something from a Wii U. Right? I believe that Nintendo is still actively understanding what made that idea so interesting because they truly did synergize. But there was something much grander about the Wii U's version that I think might be what we're looking towards as where the Switch one will get it, but the Switch 2 is going to be the definitive way.
And that's where I think it's going to be integrated.
And I think that is genius. I agree, bro. I'm not expecting a whole social media, but I am expecting a social aspect. Because they really went Twitter mode on that one. I don't know if that's what they're doing. I don't know what I should expect because I dream for that, but I don't,
so that's where I'm going here, especially with what you have talked about endlessly in that episode with your Miitopia dream, okay?
No, Tomodachi Life.
You're right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's
Tomodachi World.
That's okay. Tomodachi World. I respect that, but I had to correct you because Miitopia is already on the Switch.
You're absolutely right.
There's no Tomodachi.
No. Yeah, so Tomodachi and incorporating, these images that are being leaked and all whatnot.
Does it look like Tomodachi?
Details.
What is it?
Well,
I need these.
It's not. It doesn't look like Tomodachi
Help me
exactly.
out here.
It looks new, but it looks like it is a game, as in a life sim style game, integrated with this system.
Okay, I already found the pictures. This is what was on Twitter?
Yep. Yeah, take a look.
Oh my gosh, I am so down for this. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking when it came to the playtest being in India.
You already know this was going to happen.
We said it last episode.
2 seconds?
We literally said it.
2 seconds.
Yeah, I don't give a damn. That's
wow.
happening. Yeah, that's coming out.
You know...
Okay, so to end it on this, I am deeply excited. As in, this might be a system seller for me. As in, I need to get my hands on this as soon as possible. Seriously, I'm not kidding. That is
Flash Bros official statement.
This is a system seller piece of this idea.
Beautiful.
It's a system seller.
Josh, my last
yes
tidbit for you.
Yes.
Okay. Is it looks like we have an official, semi-official.
Okay.
Somebody has finally caught wind of the developer behind the new Mario and Luigi Brothership game. Okay.
Ooh.
So
you said a developer?
Yes, because I don't know if you remember, but I brought this up with a couple of the Link's Awakening, right? With the Super Mario RPG.
The second
remake.
party
they didn't
studio?
reveal who the developer was on these titles, on some of these remakes, right?
That's right.
So
I do remember this, by the way. Yeah.
Yes. So on this Mario and Luigi Brothership development,
okay,
we didn't know who was making it because Alpha Dream is no more.
Alpha Dream is not.
So it was under a lot of kind of conspiracy, or we were thinking it was going to be a new. The answer seemed to focus. The article says from IGN as well. It was going to be Acquire, which was restart. It seemed like it was going to be some new studio that they took some of the staff from Alpha Dream and they poured them into it and something like that.
Like a retro game studio.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But it's not.
Or retro studio.
We have identified the studio who is developing this game.
What are we looking at?
Acquire, the co-developers behind Octopath Traveler.
Wow.
They developed that with Square Enix.
And Triangular Strategy?
Yes, exactly.
Yes. And Octopath Traveler.
Those are the guys who are making this new...
Okay, so what is that? Okay, so I will say I don't have any experience with the studio at all.
Right.
I did not touch Octopath. I did not touch... What does that say for you? Because you're kind of the guy who's going to know.
Yeah. From my understanding...
Yes.
Acquire, definitely. It's like I remember even their logo playing Octopath. I played and beat through all of Octopath. I played the demo of Triangle Strategy. I've not played the actual game. It's on the backlog. Truthfully, I don't know if I'll get there, but it looks really good.
Yeah.
Octopath Traveler 2 is also on my list, okay? I also think they were involved in the Bravely series. Those are all Square Enix titles.
And Bravely Second.
This is a shock to me is what this is, Joshy, because is this kind of like under this gray area of independent second party?
That's what I'm thinking,
right,
too.
Where Nintendo
That's
literally
exactly
hired them on and paid them, and they're maybe testing the waters to see if they want to work with them.
Okay, so can I ask, Acquire Studios, are they Square, you said?
They have only worked with Square Enix before,
but they are,
to my knowledge.
They're a second party?
They're independent as far as I know.
They're an independent party that has been
so it could be that
hired by Square,
and
then hired them out.
Yes,
I think that's exactly what.
I think that's what's happening.
That's what I'm thinking of too, because I also I also feel that for a Mario and Luigi game, I don't think they're going to have a direct studio created for that, because that's what they did with I almost said Quantic Dreams. What are they called? The original creators of Mario and Luigi. The original studio.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's Alpha Dream.
Alpha Dream.
Yes.
I said Quantum Dream, which is the one who did Detroit Become Human. Yeah. I didn't mean that one. But I...
Look at this. He murdered him.
No, I knew who it was. It was Wario.
I killed him.
No, but I want to say...
I found a tidbit.
Okay.
Acquire is one heck of a storied studio, apparently. This is it's deep in the article, so I have the tidbit. I think it'll answer your question. It's a Japanese company founded way back in 94. Made its mark. That's crazy, by the way. They've been around for a long time.
That's a very long time.
Yeah, literally 30 years.
Yeah.
Right?
2 years after you were born.
Literally, bro. Right? They made it. This first game was Tenchu Stealth Assassins. That was a franchise.
I've never even heard of that.
Me neither.
Be honest.
And it's made several games across several platforms. It was especially productive as a studio on the Vita and PSP, but most notable for the studio being a co-developer of Octopath Traveler 1 and 2. Over the years, it's been acquired by Gung Ho Online Entertainment.
Who's that?
Gung Ho, I've definitely heard of them. Which owned it from 2011 up until now.
Okay.
When it was picked up by From Software.
From Software.
Owned by Kodakawa Corporation.
Wow. This is very interesting.
This is all so fascinating. I still am going to hold on to, though, what we speculatively said. I feel like it's almost like they're not a second party studio.
Yeah, but they're
per se. They're just kind of a third party, a studio for hire.
Yeah, that's
right?
what it sounds like.
So then whatever IP they're making, they become the second party studio, independent in that project. Does that make sense?
No, I absolutely am with you. I think that's exactly what it is, to be honest.
Yeah, and I feel like it's testing ground for Nintendo because they don't normally do this, bro.
Well, what I'm thinking of is even just, obviously not a third party, but what it kind of sounds like to me is a little bit of a. Do you remember Mario plus Rabbids? It was Ubisoft. Obviously, Ubisoft isn't for hire, but that kind of a Ubisoft Nintendo collab like that with first party characters like the entire Mario franchise is unheard of.
It's unheard of, right? Bro. Yeah,
so that's kind of what
crazy.
that's what it's giving me is that vibe of letting another studio truly create something using their characters. Right. Obviously different, but I'm with it.
Yeah.
I'm with it.
Hell yeah, man.
That actually kind of excites me because what could truly come from this like type of gameplay? What could
truly come from this
gameplay? Could be something crazy.
What is good, my friends? Welcome once again to the official Flash Brothers podcast.
Welcome in.
Weekly show is essentially two best friends sharing casual discussions centered around our collective interests. Wouldn't you say, Josh?
I would say that's completely correct. In fact, I would say that's really well said.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you, brother. We got a blend, a perfect blend, you might say. A spicy blend of retro and modern topics framed around our collective, diverse interests.
That's right.
Often gaming and anime.
I would say
pretty much talk about anything.
We will talk about everything.
Yes.
Everything that we want to.
Yes.
Right?
This is a very personal show, I would say, Joshy. Our focus is set, however, on spreading positivity, positive vibes within the duality of our informal yet comprehensive and informative content.
That's right.
We like to keep it cash, but we also like to go deep. And I think you and I, with the passion we have on things, we're deep divers.
I was gonna say that's almost. I would say that's an important part of the show. No,
yes.
It's a deep dive into everything that we like to do. Everything.
It's essential, man.
Yeah.
While also having a dream, Joshy, of building a vibrant community where you, at home, can become a part of the crew.
That's right.
Joshy, our episodes drop.
Yes.
Every Saturday at 5 a.m. with pregame dropping 24 hours in advance. I will say this is a loose schedule. Yes. Obviously, time forbid, and this is a two-man team.
That's right.
So that's the goal every week.
Yeah.
Available everywhere.
Perfect.
So personally, I like to use Spotify.
Me personally, I use YouTube music.
Joshy, someone might be wondering out there how they might become a part of said crew.
That's a great thing to wonder.
How they could join the community.
That's right. Join the fleet. Well, wonder no further, right?
Yes. Questions, comments, theories, discussions, and more. Can be written in, my friends.
Yes, sir.
Patreon.com/Flash Bros Podcast, where you will receive direct updates, Discord access, and you can sign up and see our very special gold tier sponsorship.
Gold tier sponsors.
Gold tier sponsor. You might be asking.
Yes.
What is this, Josh?
That's a great question because I'm honestly wondering that.
Yeah,
We've been
well-
doing this for a minute, but I've never asked.
Well,
Honestly, I should have.
I have an answer for you, buddy.
Good. It's about time.
It is a list of our VIP crew. Yes, so there's unique perks here with special recognition during each episode, access to all of our exclusive premium content available through we've got 2 miniseries right now.
That's right.
Still growing.
That's right.
And all of our Patreon only posts directly through the website, the ability to directly DM us through Patreon, as well as even send us a text message if you know us personally.
Absolutely.
Exclusive channel access within our Discord community server, and there's also a link on our Patreon, and it's absolutely free to join. And a membership lock-in.
Oh my gosh,
which
wait.
means there's a permanent subscription price for you.
Are you talking about like forever, or you're
Forever.
talking about like for the next couple of years?
No.
Oh, you're talking about
I'm
forever.
saying if you signed up today, $5 a month, you pay that forever.
Forever.
In fact,
Yeah.
even if, we all understand money issues. If your card declines.
Oh, yeah.
Even if you get a new card,
Yeah,
you forgot
new
to
card.
update it on Patreon. Oh no! Patreon is so dope in that it's
Yes.
not one of those sites that'll just cancel.
Right.
You have to hit cancel
yourself.
manually.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
right.
So
That's right.
unless you cancel,
Yes.
you'll pay it forever.
Well, thank goodness.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
But Joshy, what if I don't want to sign up for anything?
I think that's a pretty reasonable thing, me personally. I think that that's something that you could probably get away with not wanting to do.
I would
So-
say it's absolutely okay.
Right. So
Yes.
help me out here. Let's say I don't want to. What are you
Flash
gonna do?
Bros Podcast at gmail.com. Simply send us an email, or even easier, if you check out each episode on Spotify, there's a Q&A
Oh, yeah.
or comment, and you can leave whatever you want directly on that post. Come directly to us.
I think that sounds perfect.
Hey,
in
man.
fact, I'm typing it in right now. I'm going to email you at this very second.
Test it out,
I'm testing
baby.
it.
Your support, my friends, means genuine growth for this podcast and our community. And Josh and I are all about that love. So we love you guys. Thank you for being a part of all of this with us.
That's right.
We couldn't do it without you.
We literally are nothing without you guys. You guys are the lifeblood of this whole idea that we have going. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Right?
I know exactly what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, Joshy. So that means we are going to jump into our very special list of gold tier sponsors. Shout out
The
my
boys.
friends. We must say we mentioned
Yes.
it on pregame.
Yes, we did.
But we, in fact, the dummies we are.
We? Yes,
Joshy,
we.
you and I both,
You
and
and
I'll
I.
take responsibility for
I'll
being
take
master
responsibility.
editor here. But
No,
Joshy,
I should have taken it.
Joshy, you, me, and Johnny all completely forgot to mention our gold tier sponsors
think that's-
2 episodes ago.
That's messed up because Johnny was here and he is a gold tier sponsor.
Right.
So if anything, it's one of his brothers, right? Shouldn't he have been on our ass about that theoretically? Just saying. I'm just saying he deserves.
This is all Johnny's fault.
I think it is.
Johnny.
That's what I'm saying.
Rest in peace,
Yes.
brother. Well,
We still miss him.
We
The
still
reason
miss him
he's not
so
here,
much, bro.
passed away.
I love you so
Yes.
much. Well,
Yes.
what's ironic too is
Yes.
we did end up doing extensive, much longer, heartfelt shout-outs
We
the
did.
week prior.
We did.
So you know what? Maybe we just somehow knew it was cooking. Okay, maybe
I
knew
think
it
we
was gonna
felt it,
happen.
and I think we gave so much love that we just naturally
Right.
assumed
Yes.
that we had given.
So you know what I'm gonna
because-
say? I'm gonna give every gold tier sponsor a chance here.
Yes.
Okay.
Chance.
Yes. If you were hurt in any way by our lack of remembrance
Yes.
on our episode 56,
Yes.
please write us in,
Please.
and we will give you personally an extended bonus shout out
What?
on the next
Absolutely.
episode. So, does that sound fair?
Yeah, I think that is the most fair you could possibly do. And
Cool.
should we do that right now for Mikey for noticing because we mentioned it on pregame?
We absolutely
He
should.
was-
So Mikey is
yes.
going to be shouted out right now.
He's gonna get
Mikey
it right now.
Sandoval, number
Yes.
one of the Sandoval 7.
Huge. I want to say something personal. I would say,
Please.
this man has probably one of the most beautiful presences. Presence.
Presence. His presence.
His presence
is
is
most
incredible.
beautiful.
I
Yes.
have only been to your bar twice, but I almost felt like the room lit up when I saw Mikey. He has
It always does.
He has this like smile or this ability to just bring you in, and he's like how you doing, man?
Yes.
Like, how are you? And I feel like there's no one around. It's just me and Mikey. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
and I could not appreciate that more. There's not a lot of people in the world who can truly make you feel that way. And Mikey Sandoval of the Sandoval 7 is one of those people. So huge shout out to Mikey. We are so sorry for brain farting to not shout you out 2 episodes ago. So I wanna apologize on behalf of us in the Flash Bros.
Well, I echo all that, Joshy. Thank you so much for all of that.
Absolutely.
Even for me personally, offcast to Mikey, being like, hey, I'm actually so happy you said something because didn't even know.
I didn't know either. That is news to me. And Mikey, next time you see Johnny, you better be angry. Hey, you better be pissed.
Yeah, you got it. Johnny. So speaking of Johnny, right? Also part of our Flash Force, we got Johnny Bravo in the house.
Big sexy Johnny Bravo.
Sexy Johnny Bravo.
I will be honest, even though it's just me and you, I do miss him. I miss getting to have that man over. There is no person who just wants to get into the goofy, silly shit the way he can. Yeah. And I love it.
I'll extend it further. Yeah. There's no other person who I feel is honestly outside of like our circle of where we've come up. Okay. If anything, what I mean is like Johnny has become involved through the bar, through the podcast. We have become really close friends with Johnny because of all of this, right? It's like it's brought us together. And so I can't think of a better person who just out of left field blends in with the Flash Bros the way Johnny does.
Yeah, he's basically the third Flash Bros.
He is. Well, that's what we've joked about. He's the unofficial
third member
of the Flash Bros podcast.
And I wouldn't rather any other way.
I agree, man.
Can I say something really quick?
Oh, yeah.
I kind of have to pee really bad.
Let's do it.
Okay. Are you down?
Together?
Let's do it. I did have a Roggenrola that evolved into a Giga... What the hell is that one from Gen 5? Gigalith?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's the final one? Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Gigalith.
Into...
my Roggenrola and Gigalith had Sturdy, and it was busted because of the fact that it was... It worked on, it was always survive, and he was always the GOAT because even if he didn't survive, I could switch out to a new Pokemon or health potion him up.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes. So, yeah, absolutely.
Good stuff.
Well, let's jump back into our list here. Let's run through it, brother.
Let's do it.
We've got Azrael Hunter.
Oh, yeah.
Also on our list here. As
huge shout out.
Back. Huge shout out.
I was just on the phone with him earlier. Morning. Yep. Yes, I was. And I'm always clowning on this guy, but I love him so deeply. He's literally my brother. So huge shout out to him and shout out to his YouTube channel.
That's right.
And actually his Instagram. He just created a new one. SDG, which is what he wanted to kind
SDG.
Yeah, Sully Forward to Glory. He really wanted to kind of like really fall into Sully Forward to Glory. So he's got brand new Instagram. Check it out. It's spelled Sully, which is SOLELY, 4 as in the number 4, DA as in duh. Right? And Glory as in GLORY. So he said, his whole caption on his new Instagram is "Hope this blesses you." It's all just posts talking about the Lord mixed with just kind of this beautiful idea of friendship and everything. Look, I actually was on one of these posts when he was talking about, think of yourself in question. Sick. Look, there's that picture of me, him, and Dory in Seattle. So good times all around.
Hell yeah, man.
Definitely check that out. He also has a YouTube channel. It's Azzy X Huncho, AZZYXHUNCHO.
Beautiful.
So go check that out.
Nailed it, baby.
Yeah,
nailed that, bro.
Huge shout out
to you, Azzy. We love you, bro. Big shout out also. Speaking of shout outs and plugs.
Yes.
Sweet A
Drell.
Sweet A, yes. Roommate.
The wonderful man. He we were just talking about it last night, and just how blessed we are that all of us have appeared in this home. But check him out too. He does do Twitch streaming. That is Sweet A, which is a Sweet AYEEE. Sweet is spelled normal, but make sure there are 3 E's after that AYEEE. Make
Beautiful.
sure to check him out.
Thank you, Joshy.
You're
We
very
have
welcome.
shout out also to your father,
Oh.
my mother. We've got Daddy Mike.
Yeah, we got them both. We got them both.
do.
Yes.
Yeah, Daddy Mike, and we've got
Daddy Mike.
Mama Annie.
Is
he still listening to the cast?
Yeah.
Heck
I
yeah.
just was on the phone with him yesterday. We were just catching up about stuff and talking about Momo and his health and everything. So yeah, it was super fun.
That's awesome,
Got to
bro.
talk with my daddy. He's always looking out for me. Always, as a father should. He's always taking care.
Always,
or
man.
just trying to check in, make sure I'm doing all right.
Yeah.
And then your mother,
My
who
own mother.
essentially does the
Love
same,
her
right?
to
Yes.
death. Yes.
But in a mother's presence.
I am going on a couple of weeks now where we haven't talked. So to be honest,
Give her a call.
Definitely. Yeah. It's crazy how it like will go from like honestly days and days we're talking like in a row or just really consistently and then just kind of fall on the wayside.
Well, that's family.
Yeah, and it is. I should always give credit to that. Is always how it's been.
Yeah.
It really was only truly apparent on my mind to put forth significant effort to stay in touch because of the distance. But I've always been this guy. When I moved out, it's like you already even know now how busy I am.
Yeah.
Like I kind of joke and say, if you want to hang, if you want to talk, come see me at the bar.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But I love my mother dearly, huge part, and our very first sponsor.
Yeah, the number one.
Number one.
That's
baby.
right.
Number one hero.
Number one hero.
We also have, speaking of right off rip, we have Donald Duck in the house.
Big Donald
sir.
D.
Yeah, I mentioned him earlier.
Yes.
Big Donald D.
Yes, we
Big
love
shout out
Donald
to
so
him.
much.
Yeah, Donald, thanks for being here,
Donald,
bro.
We love you. We love you so
my
much.
man,
Thank
as
you.
well as Queen Kendi.
Big Queen Kendi.
Big Queen Kendi, man.
We talked to her briefly on the phone before.
That's right. Yeah, she's hanging with one of our best friends, Jazzy.
Jazzy
today,
Wazzy. We
and
love
doing
Big Jazzy.
some schoolwork because she's going hard in her pre-nursing right now.
She is.
Which she's loving, and she
That's
is
so awesome.
consistently ahead right now, which I'm
Yes.
so proud of her, man. Like she's so on top of it. So huge shout out to her, man.
Huge.
Obviously keeping both you and I sane around.
Huge.
Here, you know what I mean?
She absolutely is.
Another shout out also to I don't have my list in front of me for the first time.
No, but you can
probably
remember.
Ever. Oh yeah. I'm like, wait, let's run down. So we also have
I could name
we
the
had
next.
Mikey
the rest we
Sandoval
have.
with
Yeah,
a special shout out.
that's right. We did.
Followed by Johnny
We did
Bravo,
Johnny Bravo.
which we shouted, as well as Lene
Lovelady. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I would have
thank
told
you
you
for
that
being
if
here.
you
were on top of it.
couldn't. Yeah, if you couldn't
Thank you.
remember.
Thank you, pal.
But huge shout out to Lene Lovelady, who is constantly. What it sounds like is she's taking care of the bar the way that Kendall's taking care of the house.
Yes.
Over here, so just an important. And we talked about this when we were talking about the heroines of
Of the year.
of the gaming era.
Yes.
Of this aspect of even in the idea of Xenosaga or Xenoblade, this idea that a loving woman's hand is sometimes the best thing that any place could need, because there's something a mother and a woman can do that men cannot and never will be able to do, and that's the beauty of
It's the
of us being different people. There's always going to be some things either of us can and cannot do, and that motherly love and that mama bear fury is important, extremely important.
It is, yeah. And she's been going hard in her like in person. She was doing, I don't know if you remember, she was doing like a online and kind of a part of an experimental. And she works like in special ed. Like
she's that's right.
And she hated that. I just remember vividly, like she was going through it work wise last year, and so now she's doing all in person, and I just think like life is like really looking up for her. She seems like in a great mood. In fact, I'll even shout out right now with her freaking scooter, bro.
We talked about
this last weekend.
Let's go.
So funny.
She's still getting it going.
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
Oh yeah. Everyone's eating it up. It's so funny. Keeps her in a good mood. So yeah. Big shout out to her. She keeps me sane along with Mikey at work. I'll tell you that much.
And I will say, I can tell like on that time when she didn't have the scooter.
Oh yeah.
And I could tell you were feeling a little downer in the dumps because she wasn't there to kind of bring up those shifts in the way that she normally can. So if anyone does know, I also, even if I don't work at the bar, I'm able to see that, and I love it. I do.
Shout out also, I must mention Tayden here.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. Yeah.
One of our Flash Force.
We should have mentioned it with Mikey, but I was really locked into just talking about Mikey.
Yes, man.
Huge shout out to Tayden and the rest of the Sandoval 7. Mikey is seriously working so hard for everyone that it just makes me happy that we're able to even share just a little bit of love with the rest of the crew, you know, the way Mikey's able to.
Yeah,
so,
100%.
Huge fun.
Also, a massive shout out to, I guess it's just our Flash Force.
Yeah, huge shout out to the Flash
That's
Force.
just it, right?
Which I think I'll remember all the Flash Force.
Yeah, let's do it.
We have Demon Hunter Caleb, which is, we kind of shouted out a little bit, but I just want to say that is my brother of Xenosaga.
Yes,
That's my
sir.
brother of Lost Jerusalem. Huge shout out. Yes, huge shout out to my boy. And then we also have Baywatch Brad.
Huge
shout outs to our goat.
Shout outs, bro.
This dude does
all the music.
so much. Seriously, like if we had a top 5 for the people who do the most for this podcast, he would absolutely be on there. No question
bro.
about it.
Yeah.
And then I believe we have Mordori.
Baby.
Who I was also on the phone with this morning.
Yeah, that's right.
So
him and Azzy were doing like a 3-way.
Yeah, and Jay was in there too.
And Jay too.
Yeah. Whenever there's a new chapter or any kind of like stuff we're talking about, we always try to talk in like a little group FaceTime call.
For One Piece?
Yeah, for One Piece. And Jay was at work, but it didn't stop him. So that was really fun. He was like silent the whole time, but he was like listening, and he was like,
what's his job?
He it's asphalt, so he sells and pours out asphalt, but he's in the sales aspect of it.
He's not like doing the manual labor.
No. So he's but he does go on location sometimes. He has like a company truck, but he's doing the whole blue collar father thing. He's doing it pretty.
He's doing it all, bro.
Pretty damn well. So shout out Jay as well.
Shout out Jay,
yeah,
bro.
Jay deserves a shout out too.
Sweet Adriel's twin brother.
It's literally and also one of our best friends. So so huge shout outs to him.
Huge shout outs, bro.
Huge.
So Joshie, let's I gotta pee. So I'll be the one to say.
I think I can pee one more time too.
Perfect. And we'll jump in.
Yes, sir.
All right, Joshie. We are finally here.
Sir.
We have reached our main topic.
We absolutely
for
have
today's episode,
Yes,
my
we
brother. It is Pied Piper.
Xenosaga Pied Piper.
Xenosaga
right.
Pied Piper.
Yes, sir.
I am so excited for us to dive in. I am going to just announce I'm giving Joshie the floor completely, with no expectations whatsoever. I'm just letting him have full-fledged reign over what is going down.
Which is so exciting. This is how we normally do it for these Xenosaga episodes, which we have been doing. But I could not be more excited for this because, you want me to take the reins?
Well, you know what I want to say, too, is that this was, you and I talked yesterday to the point where I didn't realize how ready you were to talk about all this, and it kind of just turned into the main topic.
It became it.
Instantly.
I did, I offered.
So thank you for putting all that
You're
work.
very welcome. I really locked in this morning. And just really, because, normally me and Sam see each other the day before the podcast airs. Either he's got an idea or we're working on something, but our schedules have obviously been very busy with the season. We're both in the service industry, so we are constantly working on our jobs and everything we got.
Right.
We put a lot of energy and a lot of effort into those. So
right. It's kind of like we have like a duality. Of, we put a small chunk of our week, 2 or 3 days, is kind of like with this podcast with each other.
Right.
And then we kind of don't see each other.
Yes, we don't see each other for a little bit, which I think this podcast is the perfect way to make up for that because we get to catch up on everything. So I'm just gonna take it over if you're down.
Please.
So
take it away.
Just to get us started on this idea. Xenosaga, obviously, we've talked about the first 2 games, and a massive part of those stories is the character of Ziggy. Ziggurat 8 is his name, but you also learn throughout the series that his original name was Jan Sauer. Ziggy is an android about 133 years old, I believe, by the time of the start of the first game.
Okay. This was 100 years?
This was 100 years prior than the first game. That's right. So that's exactly right.
Had to make sure, like, I'm scrapped up on my
absolutely.
Everything
you are. So far, you are.
Okay.
So
you mentioned Pied Piper in episode 2.
I did, because it's very important, because that is when we were first introduced to the Black Testament, and I will get you.
All right.
We will get into all of the juicy good stuff. Are you ready for me to just? I'll take over here.
I'm ready.
So
see if I can follow everything.
So
this is there's so much lore, but as I was telling you off cast.
Yes.
I'm so all in.
Yes.
Especially because I know I'm not going to play any of these unless there is a full-fledged remake, The Fleeting Dream. Same thing with Johnny and Metal Gear. So I'm on board, man.
You're on board for
this
sure.
is all really, really exciting stuff.
Good stuff. Yeah. I'm very excited you're excited. So just to get started with some real-life lore, this was a game, basically, it was a game released exclusively for the now defunct this is called Vodafone Phones in Japan.
Yes.
Through Vodafone Livell is what it's called. And it's basically...
Oh, true. I looked this up as well.
Yes, this is all accurate. Released in 2004. Publisher, obviously, Namco. Because they are the ones that own the right to the Xenosaga publishing rights or whatever it's called.
Yeah. Didn't Ben and Namco approach Takahashi about making this on phone?
Yes, I
don't think it was Takahashi's first
idea.
Yeah,
it was not, because obviously there was a lot of stuff when it comes to the whole Xenosaga series, when it comes to the original plan, which was 6 whole games. And I can see Xenosaga Pied Piper, it was originally going to be a part of episode 2, a massive part of episode 2. This is a big game, especially for phones. It was released in intervals that were updated throughout this
I see, like episodic.
Vodafone, Vodafone Livell. The whole thing was updated almost each month.
Yeah.
So it was almost like an episodic story. That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
Broken into 3 chapters and 2 parts per chapter.
Okay.
So yeah, I won't really be focusing on that too much. I'm just going to be focusing on the story and not exactly all of the the semantics of the game elements.
Yeah,
so,
semantics. That's a perfect word.
And I'm not going to get into the combat at all, to be honest with you, because it's mostly based on Xenosaga 1's combat. But to be honest with you, because I watched this as a full experience, I skipped most of the combat.
Okay.
But I recognize what it was. So I'm just gonna.
Just one question.
I got an answer.
When was this game released, and in relevance to Xenosaga 1, 2, and 3?
That's a great question. 2004, so it came out in between, I believe, 1 and 2. So
it literally came out in between 1 and 2.
If I might be mistaken in that. But if you don't mind, I can check this real quick. Yeah, it was between 1 and 2.
Cool.
So, Xenosaga Episode 2 was released February 15th, 2005.
Got it.
And this one was released in 2004.
Okay.
So, yeah, very, 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 very easy. I would say Episode 2 is better experienced if you know the backstory of Pied Piper and the story of... Ziggy and Jan Sauer. Let's see. So I'm gonna get into this. Are we ready?
Let's do it.
All right. So, I'm so excited, man. So check this out. This story, as most stories in this Xenosaga timeline, take place in the year marker TC. Do you understand what that stands for?
That's Transcend Christ.
That's absolutely right. That's 4,000 years after the entire race of humanity moved from Lost Jerusalem to what was First Jerusalem, the first planet ever inhabited by humans. So this takes place TC 4,667, 100 years prior to the events of Xenosaga Episode 1. So just to get this story started off, there is a serial killer on the loose in the UMN, which I will remind you on what the UMN is. It stands for the Unus Mundus Network, which is essentially the only way humans have found any way to have galactic space travel. When they travel through a jump gate, kind of similar to Star Wars, they are traveling through the UMN. And that ability to contact people beyond light speed is through this Unus Mundus Network. But I will say now, the whole reason this is titled The Pied Piper, and the whole reason that this is the start of a UMN rebellion is the point of the story.
Okay.
What is the UMN? What does it mean? Are humans meddling with a power that they don't truly understand?
Always.
I guess we'll find out, right? Yes, we will. But that is a Xeno theme. That is a very common Xeno theme.
Yes.
This idea of dealing with an energy or a power in which we don't understand, and how that is the downfall of humanity every single time. That's the idea Takahashi is trying to give here.
Right.
So, just getting on to this serial killer. Voyager is what he goes by. A mysterious criminal who commits horrible acts of cyber terrorism through the UMN, and currently his identity is unknown. And I do want to mention a high majority of his victims are children. This idea that he is feeding off of the youth and going towards almost the future of this this planet in which he's attacking, called Abraxas, which is where our entire story takes place. Everything takes place on this planet Abraxas, and it's definitely worth mentioning that it is a very important place in the Xenosaga timeline. So just really quick, just a little bit of backstory before we can get into this, if you're ready for it.
Yes. I wanted to say Abraxas is a very significant word.
Please, there are a lot of words I want you to continuously check.
Okay, sweet. Yeah. So I think it literally means Great Archon. Something along the lines within the Gnostic Basilides. With the Princeps of 365 spheres. 365 obviously being very symbolic for days and a cycle of what our planet Earth falls under. So basically, it's within Gnostic texts such as the Great Invisible Spirit and other Greek other mythology that's followed under Greek as well. So Abraxas,
beautiful,
as with many of these elements within all of Xenosaga and Xenoblade, very pulling from all of these other mythologies.
Taking
it's
from
fascinating.
Yes,
it's
telling
so
the story.
Fascinating. Yeah.
So that actually makes sense, because I want to explain what Abraxas means to the world of Xenosaga. Especially 100 years ago, it was called Abraxas, and it was the place in which the immigrant fleet originally started or set as their homeworld. The immigrant fleet being the people of the Zohar, which are the original religious believers who took the Zohar in as a religious piece of their religion. So that's the immigrant fleet, and what later will become Ormus, but I won't mention Ormus too much, so just know them as the immigrant fleet and the people of the Zohar.
Yes, sir.
What you can kind of equivalent them to is the people who fled from Lost Jerusalem with the conduit, or the Zohar, who treated it unlike what they did on Earth, Lost Jerusalem, as not a piece of technology, but a religious piece of their culture, or a piece of their beliefs.
Like Dune-esque.
Very Dune-esque. Yes. Which is ironic that it's called Abraxas. But just think of it like that. It's that these people, the immigrant fleet or the people of the Zohar, believe this piece to be a part of their religion and not a piece of government technology that will be used as weaponry and technology, technology,
UMN,
which there is a huge separation between, in this world of Xenosaga, the Federation, the Galactic Federation, and the immigrant fleet, or Ormus as they come to be known, because there's religious versus very political. Right. So you're with me on that sense? Yes.
Humanitarian control.
So in the world of Xenosaga, the fact that there are Zohar emulators and all that stuff with Joachim Mizrahi, remember me telling you all that?
Oh yeah,
he gets into it. 100 years prior, the Zohar was not allowed to be touched by government figures such as Utik was the name of the people who Mizrahi worked for, but the government, what were they called? What did I just say? The Galactic Federation. Thank you very much. They had no ability to get the Zohar into their very hands. So by the way the story starts during Pied Piper, it exists on Abraxas for worship and for nothing more. That is the point of it. Okay. That's actually a massive part of the political aspect to this story, which is Dmitry Uriath, who wants physical control over the Zohar, and the immigrant fleet not wanting that religious aspect of their lives to be infringed on by the government, which is its own political, what's the word?
It's a parallel.
Yeah, it is to our world. And I find that so fascinating. Obviously, Takahashi is saying something so deep. And it's one of the reasons why I will say this now. If Pied Piper was a game I could play, it would probably be my favorite Xenosaga game. I think that the main characters and the way that it ends and Jan Sauer and all of these characters I'm about to introduce you to are some of the best that Xenosaga has to offer.
Wow.
So, with that said, going back to Voyager, this killer, this serial killer who has the ability to almost control people through the UMN, has this ability to go through the UMN and kill people through that, holds a lot of importance into this story. So the people, the police force that are put on to the special ops that are put on to this case consists of this specific team, and I'm going to start showing you pictures. Okay. I'm not going to mention them every time. This is a pretty good example of what the team looks like. You see that right there. That's from a fan-done manga, but I'm going to go through these characters real quick because these are the members of the team that are on the case of Voyager. One thing to note too, this is a murder mystery story. This whole thing, it's the detective story. It's the story of who done it, right? It's that type of story.
Can I ask, have they identified the name Voyager by now? Like this guy
Voyager is who
mysteriously, they just don't know the identity?
He associated himself as Voyager because every murder he commits, he writes on the walls or some kind of a piece of evidence. He releases his mark, which is always a piece of Revelations. So I'm actually going to read this now because that's from the Bible.
Wow.
So this guy obviously has, and in this story, they don't know what text this is from because it's so far into the future that the idea of the Bible and the idea of Revelations has been lost to the public. So people like the immigrant fleet and people like Voyager have contact or have understanding of the words of God, but the natural public don't, because there are over 500,000 planets that have been because of the UMN that have been what's it called like
brought together, connected.
Yeah, connected, but also like what is it called when you like find an island and you
like discover, right?
No, but like a
map.
Yeah, map, but also like you put people on it, you build buildings on it.
Oh, like habit.
Yeah, like you know what I'm saying, right? Yeah, that idea of what the fuck am I trying to say?
Habitate?
Yeah, habitate is what I'm trying to say, but that's not a real word.
Yes.
They something, whatever.
Yeah.
That's how they. You know what I'm talking about.
Colonize.
That's
bro.
Let's go.
Got it.
Let's go.
Yes.
Colonize those planets. That's how many planets have been colonized.
500,000?
That's right. 500,000.
Wow.
Think of that number. There are trillions and trillions of humans that exist in this world. This is 4,000 years.
It's giving me a good understanding of what the reach that the UMN has.
Absolutely. Right? Because we're talking faster than light. This is something where human beings would not be able to colonize without it. However, do they really know what it is?
Do they know?
Are they meddling with something they don't know?
Right.
We'll see.
Does Wilhelm even know what it is? So it's also fascinating too.
Yes.
It's like You know, the idea of a universal control
Yes.
is obviously something
Yes.
in our world and
Yes.
mythology in our world. Like, is there not an entity that is God,
Yes.
but another entity, maybe of darkness or of something,
or of a
greater
different
power
energy,
and
that exists.
different power,
yes.
right?
Yes.
And Wilhelm tapping into that and what kind of control that means when
Yes.
he is a part of everything.
Yes, and I'm glad you're mentioning Wilhelm because he's extremely important in this.
I
story.
figured as much.
So the most recent murder to happen from Voyager, right before Jan Sauer and the team, which I will introduce you to,
Okay.
and everyone in the audience introduce you to, this text that was written on the wall in blood, I believe, in the UMN.
In blood.
Revelation 6:12. I'll read it right now.
Yeah.
And the sixth angel poured out his vial upon the great river Euphrates, and the water thereof was dried up, that the way of the kings of the east might be prepared. Okay, so you might be thinking, what does that mean?
Yeah.
What does this mean?
Very cryptic.
Very cryptic. Voyager is placing each text after each other. So it's literally pieces of Revelations over and over and over and over and over. Once again, we don't know why this is. I'm going to introduce you now to the team that was the special ops that were put on the case of Voyager. A dangerous criminal who's able to murder through the UMN. That's dangerous. That's faster than light murder, right? Wow. So we're talking about big stuff. I am going to get us introduced right now. Jan Sauer, a member of the Galactic Federation's Special Ops Police Force, the cool and composed leader of an investigative detachment squad. He is also the captain of these special ops, so he's the leader. He is the big dog of this group. Just for you, unfortunately, the audience can't be a part of this. I just have a couple pictures to be able to know him from.
By the way, I
put this all. Yeah, he is my favorite
like protagonist. Yeah,
he is just so cool. It's everything you said. He's very cold. He's very collected. He keeps his emotions very in tour. I
loved the intro you showed me of part 2, I think.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Which makes sense that this is all tied in.
Are you talking about when he
fights his old guy?
Okay,
right?
so yes. That is part 3. When he first sees him in part 2, he loses his shit because so much happens through the story. But I won't cut too far ahead. Okay. So Jan Sauer, Special Ops Captain, he is the big dog. We have Eric Weber, who is a UMN dive operator. They specialize in the UMN. Eric Weber, very, very trustworthy when it comes to how Jan trusts him. I have a little bit of artwork right there if you'd like to take a look. A bald man who Jan very much trusts. He's been working with him for years and years and years. All right. I'll read his little description real quick too. Eric Weber, a member who specializes in UMN dives and when acting as operator provides external support. He also oversees the operation of Bugs, who is the character I will introduce next.
Okay.
Check this out. So Bugs is a combat support robot, and I will show you these pictures real quick. This is Bugs right here. As you can see, he is a massive robot-style combat support. His whole point is basically to support in combat, or physically in the game, he's able. If you switch to him, he's able to destroy rubble when you're walking around. Just a little bit of detail, but that's his whole character design, the way he looks. And he's a very
mascot.
Yes,
right?
he's very mascot-esque, but he's very comedic. He is he constantly, they'll ask him to do them, he'll say will do with a little squiggly. So he's like yeah, I'll do it. I always think of him as
positive and upbeat.
Very positive, very upbeat, but also a robot. And a lot of his story we'll get into. But Eric is his almost father figure. He oversees the what's the word? He oversees the operation of Bugs.
Got it.
So that's Bugs.
Got it.
I'm going to go on to Melissa Ortiz, a novice investigator in John's squad and has a very strong and serious sense of justice. She's only 23 years old, but she is extremely, extremely passionate about this whole mission and everything that comes with her. So I just got a couple pictures for you right there. Okay. Here's some of the designs of her. She's very serious, but she's very young. She's the youngest on the team, and she's constantly trying to learn something from Jan, and but she has dreams to become the next captain, and obviously has a long way to go. So, just continuing once again.
Yes.
Mikhail Ortman, a UMN operator with extensive knowledge of network connection, oversees external dive supports along with Eric. So he's kind of like Eric's partner, Eric being the bald guy that is also a UMN operator. Mikhail being obviously very different. He's much younger. He's a black man. He kind of reminds me of Dorian in a sense. He's constantly trying to ask Malisk out. Like he'll say things like, "Yeah, I could take you out to dinner," or something. She's like, "Yeah, you wish." Yeah, you wish, Mikhail. So yeah, that's what he looks like right there. That's him next to Eric. As you can see, they are both UMN dive operators. So if you think of them as anything, they're a duo team that are basically the guy in the chair, like they said from Spider-Man.
Totally.
So whenever they dive into something, they're the ones who are supporting them. They're a little team in that sense.
Can I ask something?
Please.
If you were to dive into the UMN, does that mean your physical body is transported?
So sometimes it does, but most of the time you need a physical dive chair. It's called a UMN dive bed, which will literally allow your consciousness to go into the UMN.
Matrix.
It's basically the Matrix.
Got it.
Yes, it's like the Matrix, but there is a little more physical aspect because you can physically travel through the UMN. That's what dive jumps are, but it's dangerous. It's very dangerous because if your body is lost in the UMN, you are no longer a physical being. So, yeah, there's nothing to be
and that's
messing around with.
If I understand right, we don't fully understand what the UMN is.
We don't.
So
and these people, and that goes into the idea of what the Pied Piper is.
Okay.
Paying the toll. Do you know the story of the Pied Piper?
I don't.
Okay, then I'm going to go into all that.
Maybe at one point, but let's pretend I just am completely coming fresh.
You have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
The final member of this the special ops team is a early model Realian named Lactus. This is a very important character. All these are obviously very important, but I want you to remember this guy too. He specializes in UMN data acquisition and analysis. I'll show you some pictures of what he looks like. This is Lactus right here. He's got long hair. Kind of almost like
like Sephiroth.
Yeah, the Sephiroth ass, but he very much cares about his team. He's constantly working to make things work with them.
Why does he kind of give me Shulk vibes?
Yeah, I would say he's much more similar to Shulk. He's an early series Realian. Realians are not very they're not ancient technology in the world of Xenosaga. They're pretty recent, probably like 200 years recent. So he's 100 years early for natural Realians. Has a strong sense of justice though, and very much cares about the team. And he will use himself as the ability to uphold the team. Big, strong sense of justice.
Hell yeah.
So we have 4 people who you are naturally playing as. That's Jan Sauer, Bugs, Malise, and Lactus. And then you have your 2 UM dive operators who are your guys in the ear.
Yes.
That's their team. That's how we got it set up. You with it?
Yeah.
You remember them? You remember their names?
The squad.
Remember their faces? Exactly. That's the squad. Now I can show you this picture. You can feel it a little bit heavier.
Yep. So we got Eric Weber.
Eric.
We got
Mikhail right there.
Yeah, Mikhail, which Mikhail's in Xenosaga or Xenoblade 2.
Xenoblade 2, there's a character named Mikhail.
Yeah, also
and then,
a dude, and he was goofy. Kind of similar personality.
Yeah, it's so funny the way he was asking out that one girl. Yeah, multiple times. Yes.
And then we have, I want to
call Bugs.
8-bit.
No, low key, you got too much
from
Brawl Stars.
Yeah,
but yeah,
so
Bugs,
right? Yeah. Which Eric Weber is in charge.
He is in charge of
overseeing
him,
right?
Absolutely. And then I don't know if you see him.
What's the chick's name?
As Malise.
Malise.
Yeah, she's the 23-year-old, very very young, spunky, but also has a strong sense of justice. And then Lactus is the Realian who's working with them.
Yes.
Big old team, big old group of great group of
Sounds
people
like a squad. Sounds
who
like
are
a
set up
JRPG,
exactly.
my man.
Yes, sir, it does. All right. So these guys are not all naturally from Abraxas, but they are deployed to Abraxas to investigate the murders that are all taking place in the UNM by a terrorist named Voyager. Voyager is also cloaked in a white cloak. No one's seen his face. No one knows how he works. But basically, that's how it's set
It's
up.
a white cloak.
A white cloak. That's
Interesting.
right. Very interesting, right?
Okay.
So we don't know what that's all about, but the beginning of the game is essentially the first dive that they do to try and investigate this group of people who are theorized to be the next target of Voyager. They are like a peace support group that basically believes in like the rights of Abraxas and this idea that Abraxas should be left alone by the government. When they dive into the UMN,
just because of the religious,
because of the religious aspect, yes.
Okay.
So when they dive deeper into it, there's a UMN entire like dive that they do. They basically find out that the person who's leading this organization is almost like crystallized, very out of their mind, and holding 8 children around them with a bomb detonated around their neck in the UMN. Yeah, with children, right? And essentially,
that's crazy.
Essentially, what we find out is that Voyager has this ability to almost brain jack people through the UMN, accessing their psyche and kind of changing the way that they view the world. Not completely controlling them through the brain, but changing the way they view things.
Heavy influence.
Very heavy influence. Like such a heavy influence.
Do they know it's happening?
No. They have no idea.
What?
It's a part of what they believe because the UMN is deeply connected to the unconscious or the psyche, right? So,
I am following.
So he has so much power in this UMN.
Okay.
And also, if you die in the UMN, Matrix vibes, you die in real life. You know how it works.
Yeah.
So all these children are basically brought to this. During this mission, it's their first kind of in there. Malise makes some decisions. It causes for some of their soldiers to die because they're the leader of the special ops. And it really like fucks with their psyche. She's basically like, okay, this UMN is not something to be fucked with. Eric makes the strange split decision to jump into a UMN dive bed, even though Mikhail's like, because they're the guys in the chair. Mikhail's essentially telling him like, okay, why would you do this? You're not a combat supported person. You have no reason to be able to do this. Eric jumps in without really a second thought, goes to try and support the crew, and gets vaporized in the UMN, completely vaporized, right?
Do they see it happen?
They see it happen. The whole crew sees it happen. They're like, oh my God, Eric is dead. He's done. There's no way that he could ever come back from this. Because when you die in the UMN, you're dead. Your psyche's gone. Your whole, like, your body will just decay and die.
Yeah. So his physical body was still...
His physical body was hooked up to the dive bed.
Wow.
And so he dies in that moment, and they literally like, oh my God, this is terrible. You know, you take down the boss, and then you basically, they come back from the mission. All the kids, unfortunately, get killed in that UMN accident. But once again, it has the touch of Voyager on it.
Yes.
And everyone knows it. Going for the children, and then also another verb, something from Revelations. What would you call that? Like
another verse?
A verse, thank you.
Yes.
A verse from Revelations is left with that incident. So, with that said, obviously, Eric being one of Jan's subordinates, he goes to the hospital, is trying to make sure that there's nothing more they could do for him or there's any possibility he could have survived. Eric being a trusted member of his team, it just kind of starts breaking down this thing with Jan where it's like, we're not only losing people and losing children, I'm losing my people with me, right?
Yeah.
So
my
Jan,
own crew.
exactly, my crew, my people that I'm putting into this world. Like a Malise already felt it, where it's like, these people are dying from my commands. What I'm doing.
Yes.
A captain
this
holds
is
that
my responsibility.
exactly that responsibility.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
big respect too.
Yes.
For any type of leadership.
Absolutely.
Like that.
Jan is the leader. He is the captain. He takes responsibility for all of his subordinates.
For sure.
He makes sure that he is putting them in scenarios where they wouldn't be dying. That's why this situation with Eric is quite weird because he jumped into it. So he gets acquainted with a woman named Sharon Rosa. She works as a doctor in an Abraxas hospital. Her husband, a police officer, died on duty, and she is reluctant to have another relationship with an officer, obviously. So this woman is, here's a picture of her, just so you can kind of see what she looks like.
Babe.
Yeah, she's absolutely beautiful, which I left a comment on. I was like, yeah, she's definitely way too bad to just working at a hospital. That's what I'm saying. So, very beautiful woman. Jan acquaintances himself with her because of his concern for Eric. He gets to see Eric's body. It's passed away, and he basically requests, please, Sharon, will you head the what's it called, the
like a burial?
No, not the burial. The what do you do to a dead body to see how it died? The
autopsy.
Autopsy. Thank you. And she basically was like, yes, I respect how much you care about your subordinates. I will, lead this and tell you everything that it's doing. Later that night, she's working on it. And Eric Weber just wakes up off of the autopsy table, gets up, and she's like, what the hell is happening? You were vaporized in the UMN. Your consciousness should not exist. And he's just like limping out of the hospital. And he's like, no, I'll be okay. Don't worry about me. Like, don't worry about it. And he just limps out. She calls Jan. Yeah. Pretty crazy. She calls Jan and is like, hey, watch out for Eric. He should not be alive right now. I don't know how he could possibly be alive. The next day, mid-autopsy, just wakes up, walks out. So she basically, tells Jan, keep an eye out for him. I don't know what's going on. Eric shows up to work the next day. The whole crew is just like, holy crap, man, we thought you were dead. Like, we're so happy to see you. How did you do it? It was actually Lactus, in fact, who was like, how is that possible, being the reality and kind of the more... logical,
like
analytical, logical. Exactly.
No, there's an explanation,
being like, right? What's going on? Right. You should not be alive.
Something ain't right here.
And honestly, through this whole thing, if you walk around and talk to each member, Lactus is the most skeptical one. Where everyone else is kind of like, oh my gosh, Eric's alive, let's go. Especially Bugs, who, kind of like a father figure to him. He's like, oh my gosh, Eric's alive, let's go. Lactus being like, what's up with that? So he basically asks him, he's like, why are you alive? Like, how is this possible? And Eric explains, before I went into the UMN, I created a secondary avatar in which my consciousness could go in case of my demise. And then that avatar I would use to then go back to my physical body. It took a minute, but I'm back. And everyone's like, okay, yeah, that's perfect. Lax is a little skeptical. Jan, not so much. Everyone's kind of with that explanation, that idea.
Sure. Yeah.
So
something that really can't even be disproven.
Yes, you can't disprove it. But also, what do you mean by that? Exactly. Yeah. What are you talking about? It's strange.
And it's also not explaining why he went in the first place.
Why'd you go in the first place? Exactly.
Without a command.
Exactly. Right? No command, no combat ability.
It's sus.
What did you expect?
Right.
So just saying that's a little sus.
Yeah. This ain't like a group of friends on a field trip.
Exactly. Exactly. These are missions. These are special ops. These are supposed to be the best of the best guys that should know what they're doing. Just a little strange. Jan finds him a little bit later. He has like a migraine and kind of latches on to Mikhail and is like, oh my God, my head. Eric does. Eric Weber. Yes. And everyone's like, oh, you okay? He's like, yeah, it's just a side effect of the I just was in the hospital yesterday. I probably should be keeping it easy. Everyone's like, okay, take it easy. Jan walks in on Eric taking this certain thing, like almost like a syringe gun thing, and just injecting it into his neck in the locker room. And Jan is like, what are you doing? Like, what is that? And Eric's like, oh, it's like a health supplement. You don't have to be worried. I just got out of the hospital and all this. It's basically there for your energy. He's like, oh, I thought that was like somehow some sort of like what's it called? Like a drug or what's the word?
Like cyberpunk, like that type of.
Those are real drugs that exist in this world. Yeah. And so he was like, "Oh, I thought it was a drug, basically." He's like, "No, you don't need to worry about it." But when you see Eric's face in the game and you see him like realize that Jan's behind him,
it's like
more sus. Where he's like
for sure
almost terrified. He's like, "Okay, well, you need to calm down." And then Jan is almost like, "Oh yeah, well, I'm so sorry. I just I care about you and my subordinates. I just want to make sure everyone's healthy."
I want to riff right here.
Please.
What is going through your head at this point of the story?
Okay, so automatically, the first character you see when Jan is brought on the team, the person who gives his mission briefing is Eric Weber. He is the guy explaining to him who Voyager is and all these things. What I'm thinking at this point, just out of the story, what I'm thinking, I'm like, okay, this guy Eric is helping Voyager. he's some way connected because
he's like a double agent.
He's some kind of double agent. He's too sus. But that's going outside of the story.
And that's why I wanted to know, because that's where my head's at. I mean, can I be honest?
Please.
Even in you just showing me a picture of Eric Weber and some of the concept art you showed me.
Yes.
I mean, I know it's very intentional.
Yes.
He looks like he doesn't quite belong.
He's strangely out of place.
What character looks like him in all of the Xenosaga, Xenoblade lore?
Yeah.
Right.
None.
Well, you know what I thought of?
Which one?
Mumkar.
Oh my gosh, that's
seriously
a great point.
like how
absolutely.
He just
the way he's just a little sus. That's a great way to put it.
Bald, right?
No, but he does have slick back hair.
He does have slick back hair. Okay.
But he's got those sunken eyes. He's got the sunken eyes. He's got that weird smile and like the pointy nose. No, I'm 100% with you. Because if you look at Eric Weber, he has very similar ideas. Oh, I meant to show you pictures of what Voyager looks like. So.
Oh, I saw those.
Okay,
I didn't see this.
Good.
That's really sick.
That's a part
of
the. Yeah, no, it's a part of the. There's a fan manga that exists. That's why I've shown a lot from the fan manga. Like
the fan manga and the fan artwork specifically are actually amazing.
Yes, I completely agree. But yeah, that's another look at Eric right there and Bugs and Mikhail. So, with that all stated, Jan visits Sharon again to kind of say, okay, is everything okay with Eric? Like, is he all, like, is he safe to be working? She basically says, you know, hopefully we don't understand this stuff enough, though. The UMN is truly, like, medically we can try and explain some things, but we're talking about almost kind of metaphysical. We're talking metaphysical ideas.
Right.
And so Jan is, you know, he's
like,
kind of.
It's almost like I look at it as like, hey, the rules in the UMN, the rules of anything connected to the conduit.
Yes.
I'm sorry, the Zohar.
The Zohar in this.
Connected to Udo. Oh, I'm sorry.
Udo.
Thank you. Udo.
Yeah.
It kind of. It's in its own wheelhouse of rules.
Exactly. So how could a medical professional explain that thing? So she explains that, but she says just keep an eye on him. But they kind of get to talking, and they kind of become friends at this point. They kind of walk around the hospital and talk about like Eric's condition and all that. Because of this most recent failure, which was what their team was put on, I'm actually going to introduce another character.
Okay.
Just real quick. So keep your mind open to it. This guy's name is Sean McCollum. He's essentially, you find out a little bit later, he's basically Jan's uncle. He was super close with Jan's father, who was also a police officer.
Okay.
Who's the chief of the 1,875th Federation Police Special Ops Command. So he's the chief. So there, if Jan's the captain, so Jan is he's the one. He goes to him as the guy who basically tells him what to do. Right. So this guy, McCollum, he basically says, all right, you guys kind of buffed up on that last one. Voyager got this. I'm going to put you guys on this mission for a bunch of officials, like very, very rich. It's like a, what's it called when people like a gala? Basically. Yeah. So you guys are going to run security for this gala of very important Abraxian officials, right? Okay. Actually, real quick, I just want to mention there was a mission before that, and the reason they get put on security for this one is because they fail a second mission.
They fail another one,
which was towards an Abraxian medical hospital that was made for designer children, which are basically ways that the rich and powerful are able to alter their children's DNA to create basically perfect children.
This.
Yes, designer children were actually started back on Lost Jerusalem in that's who Dmitry Yuriev is, and he's the rebellion. Yeah. They're called Saviorite rebels in Xenoblade, and you see them attacking the beanstalk that holds the Zohar in that flashback.
Yes.
So that's the start to designer children.
Where like people are fucking around with godhood,
with genetic altering. Yes.
Yeah, we're altering genes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there's also this idea where you could probably see this already. Voyager is after consistent things, Abraxian culture and children. Almost like the future of Abraxas is what they're after. So they basically fail on a second mission where a bunch of fetuses were destroyed and killed by Voyager. He kills almost 30 fetuses of unborn children.
Wow.
And it's basically a huge defeat on the the police force, obviously. And this is just kind of getting more deeper into Jan's psyche of just like, he needs to stop Voyager, dude.
And on this mission, like, do they see Voyager at all?
No.
Like, we
no.
still haven't
Once
seen
again,
Voyager.
we still have not seen Voyager. The most we know is he wears a white cloak, and he left another
revelation.
Another revelation. I don't have them all written down. Just know it's the continuation to the last one that we've all read.
For sure. I'll plug in too, just because of my own knowledge of the Bible.
Yes, you do know enough.
Revelation is very, I mean, at one point it was almost not even considered for the Bible. And in fact, even a lot of religious leaders today, following like Christianity, they don't outwardly maybe even like encourage research on Revelation or really try to make it a point, even though truly I view it as it's the wrapping of everything canonical.
Right, it's the end of the story.
It's hope.
Yes.
And it's very cryptic for a reason. It like is kind of just describing very, very abstract visions of end times, right? And it's very cryptic. And it's made almost in a way that I think of. It's made in this way intentionally. You're not going to understand until it happens.
I am so glad you're saying all this right now.
Boom,
there is a reason Takahashi chose Revelations as what Voyager is using, because you just hit a huge part of the story on the head. And I will get into that, I promise.
Go.
Am I taking too much time? Be honest with me.
I'm so all about this. I just want to pause real quick to pee.
Yeah.
But I want to dive right back
Let's do it. 3, 2, 1. All right.
Chris.
Continuing the story.
I am strapped in, my man. I'm not kidding.
I'm on board. Man. You better be. Okay, so after this huge failure during the Designer Children mission that they basically took part in, they were put as a security team. Basically, Jan and his crew were told by, let me see his name, Chief McCallum, who is the chief of their team, basically.
What's his name again?
Sean McCallum.
McCallum.
I just call him Chief McCallum.
That's uncle of Jan.
Yeah, which actually is probably around the time when they go into a little bit of Jan's history.
Like backstory.
Yes, as a child,
the Lord.
He grew up with only a mother. His father was around only a little bit because he was also a chief. He was a captain of the police force. And died in battle. So he never really felt a full family, and he kind of felt this obligation to join the force. And also, to a degree, he also explains pushing his feelings down in order to really embrace this idea of being a captain, which is a huge part of his character. And obviously, a lot of other games would say, oh, yeah, that's just why he's so cool. But Xenosaga really goes into the psyche.
You already know that's not how Takahashi functions.
If there is if there is a reason why he is the way he is, it's explained. And he just always wanted to protect his mother, and he wanted to create kind of fall into the same steps that his father did. And at the same time, he still doesn't know what it means to have a father. To take care of a child or be a father is not something he ever felt. So he never prioritized relationships. He never prioritized any of those things. He prioritized what he thought it meant to be a man. And you see it in a lot of dream dives.
So respect.
So McCallum is really his kind of father figure. He considers him an uncle, but he's really just a friend of his father in the end.
Heard.
Yes. So McCallum basically says, all right, Jan, because of this, I'm gonna have to like literally put you in basically what's it called
like when they're is what you were about to get to, like there's security. There's security for a big gala basically. And so this gala Galar, no way. Pokemon reference. Yes, sir. Yeah. So
I actually have more information about this. Yeah.
Is everyone there?
Except for the 2 UMN dive operators who report from an earpiece, which is Mikhail and Eric.
Interesting.
So, yes. Actually, I don't think Bugs is there because there's no combat that they're expecting too hard. Okay. So I think Bugs
only half the crew's really there. Right?
I think Bugs is with Eric, so it's really just Jan, Melise, and Lactus. Okay. The Realium.
Yes.
Okay, so I actually have some more information about this gala.
I actually have one question.
Yes, please.
Lactus is under someone's command, no?
He actually is.
Right?
He is, before we really even know it, we find out that he has a program. Do you want me to explain this now?
No,
Okay.
No. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't want to take it out of your storytelling context.
You are right though.
Okay.
But we will get to that.
Yeah, I was wondering
and
more
it will
or less
come
of,
quicker
yeah, if I'm asking any questions,
Yes.
it's kind of like where we
Yes.
are right now. Just so you know where my head's at. I'm following like the
story
timeline you've painted.
We
for
don't
me.
know
So
anything
right
about
now.
Yes.
We don't know.
But you're right.
Other
But
than
we
she's
don't know.
assigned to the mission.
It's a guy. But yes,
He.
it's
Thank
very
you.
important. He's a guy. Too.
I know. I keep forgetting Lactus.
He also looks like a girl, and literally when I first was experiencing the story, I thought he was a girl.
No, that's kind of like with the. I think there's a very specific
take a look at
reason
him.
why.
I'm like, that's a chick.
Yeah, see,
like that,
dude, no.
Literally looks like a girl. Right?
100%. Hear me out, dude.
Yeah.
It's literally very reminiscent.
Yeah.
Of like that looks more Sephiroth, but this is fan made.
Yeah.
Right?
This is, but it's pretty accurate.
Okay.
To, the story.
I think there's a very specific reason Takahashi design wise. Hear me out. This is a tangent, but it's like why like Shulk obviously like has similar qualities, but Shulk I think is unidentifiably a man. Maybe not like he doesn't look super scruffy beard like man like older Rex, right? Because maybe that's just not the type of man scruffy, whatever your definition of man is in this, right? But his god form, Klaus, who he's based on, who is created to literally be a conduit for Klaus in a physical form.
Right.
Klaus embodies...
Or the aspect of his...
when you see the fully realized Zanza.
Yeah, Zanza.
Sorry, thank you.
Yes.
That, the hair is longer.
Yeah.
If anything, his voice is there, but he kind of looks feminine.
He looks a little more feminine.
Right? I feel like it's a very distinct design choice to be almost ambiguous.
I completely agree.
God, I am God, and I am both male and
therefore
female.
there's and that goes into Alvis too, and Future Redeemed.
Absolutely.
And that aspect of like the ambiguity.
Like A is female, but Alvis is male.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You are onto something. I'm not gonna lie. I really do think Takahashi does care about those things. And when it comes to male and female,
because his character designs are so out there.
Yes, I completely agree. So
I'm sorry, what were we gonna say?
I won't spoil yet, but Lactus is a character that we have seen before in the Xenosaga series, and I've talked about him, and you know his name. Okay. So I will go into that a little bit later.
All right.
So just back to the story. During this, I actually have information on what the story was. Irene Torres is the president of the Torres Foundation, which primarily deals with the immigrant fleet and the spaceport industry on planet Abraxas. Okay. So this is a big dog who basically is the head of a corporation which does dealings with the immigrant fleet, because obviously the federal, or not the federal government, the Galactic Federation doesn't deal with the immigrant fleet as well. I wanted to explain that too. They don't work well together. They don't like each other at all.
Can you paint for a picture for me? What immigrant fleet?
The immigrant fleet. Do you remember what I explained at the very beginning? They are the people of the Zohar.
Yes.
The ones who came from
the religious
Lost Jerusalem that hold the Zohar.
Yes. They're the immigrant
fleet is their name. That's right.
Distinguished.
By the time of this point, because later in Xenosaga, 100 years from now, they kind of transform a little bit into this group called Ormus, which is a little bit...
Ormus!
Yeah, Ormus, which is a little bit...
Ormus.
Yes, we've talked about Ormus a lot. They are like that guy Margulis who fights with Jin. Yes. He's the leader, or not the leader, but he's one of the higher ups of Ormus, which is what the immigrant fleet becomes. But at this point, they're very peaceful to a degree, because they're led by, I also want to say, they're led by a man named Julius I do not know what that number could possibly be.
Julius the 18th.
18th. Okay, perfect.
Wow.
So Julius the 18th, he's the patriarch pope of the immigrant fleet who wishes to establish peace between the immigrant fleet and the Federation, which is pretty unfortunate because during this time that the whole crew is away, Julius is assassinated by Voyager during this time, almost as if he knew that the crew was going to be away during this mission.
Interesting.
Yes.
Can I interject?
Yeah, please.
Just on the 18th.
Yes.
Generally, I'm really fascinated with generations, especially with Takahashi. Okay, so I just had a thought when you said 18th.
Yes.
I'm like, okay, so that means he is the 18th generation of something. Okay, especially with his position, probably relevant.
Yes.
So I thought I would just having an average age. Fiction's different, but I'm guessing people in this universe have a normal lifespan.
Yeah,
right?
it's regular unless you're a Realian, but you don't have descendants.
So I put in 80 years.
Yes.
Okay. That's probably pushing it.
Yeah.
But say it's 18 generations of 80 years.
Right.
That's 1440 years. I don't know if that's super relevant.
1440 is 365 plus each other, right? Or no? No. What is 1440? 360? Plus 360? No, it's not.
Well, divided by 360 would be 4. I'm not sure. But I'm just wondering, like, okay, like, just on the symbolism of years, right? That roughly 1,000 to 1,400 years would be the generation from the first. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm trying to think in terms of, like, TC. What's the year again?
It's TC 4,667. So that's 4667.
So around TC 3,000 to 3,500 would be the first. I don't know if that's relevant at all, but I'm just like, I'm kind of taking in every little detail I can on this work, on Takahashi's like creativity.
So let's keep it going with that mindset, because I'm 100% with that. So so what we find out, yes, I'm so sorry.
No, I'm good.
So Julius is assassinated, but he is basically, he wishes for peace between the immigrant fleet and the Federation. What he's asking for is almost like, you know, when a pope joins like a church and he wants kind of more peace between the people. That's what Julius was. He gets assassinated by Voyager and is then replaced by Sergius, I believe that's the 14th. Am I wrong? Sergius.
That's right.
Yeah, 14th.
Yeah, 14th.
Which is the exact name. Sergius the 15th is the next leader of Ormus that we meet. His name is Sergius the 15th. So his descendant,
interesting,
in the next game, is basically, he replaces Julius, and he's basically conspires with Voyager to assassinate Julius.
Dude, totally.
You knew that, right? You
it
knew
has
that.
to be just
exactly.
in the name.
Yes,
because the generation is less.
Yes,
barely. Though.
And also
usually
Julius,
it's a part of an envious or
yes,
some kind of backstory.
Who did Julius get killed by the way?
Overthrow.
Who did Julius Caesar get killed by? His own people.
His own people.
That's what I'm saying. The story of Julius Caesar.
Yes.
He's killed by his own people. So Sergius is this almost more extreme version of the religious side of this, where Julius wants to preach peace and he wants to preach love and this idea of let's try and find a common ground between the immigrant fleet. Let's not allow them to take but let's not hate them. Let's not, and Sergius works with Voyager. So we find out pretty soon here that Voyager is working with officials. Right? This is something that higher ups understand. So getting back to what happens during the Torres presentation, like this is the whole thing.
Okay. Where there's security.
Yes, security is where they're at right now. Yes.
Got it.
So Sharon is at this presentation, and Jan kind of goes up to her and is like, "Hey, we really think this is a spot that's going to be attacked by Voyager." Because it also takes place in the UMN. I hope you know. I forgot to mention that, to be honest with you.
This whole thing is inside.
It's in the UMN, but it's not as weird. People don't think of it as VR. It's just kind of like, okay, well, if all these big people are going to meet, they're not going to fly physically together.
Totally.
So, and the UMN feels the same as the real world. It really does. Physically, it's the same. You can drink and get drunk in the UMN. You can eat food and feel the feeling of food being eaten in the UMN. It's much more, it's not the Matrix. It's not code. It's the spiritual aspect, because it's a part of the imaginary number domain, which is a part of our own psyche. So it acts as the same, but you can also program things into it.
Yeah,
does that make sense? It's very next level, but I want you, if we're talking Xenosaga, you got to think next level with me, okay?
For sure.
So,
for sure. Yeah.
Sharon's there. Jan goes up to her.
I'm sorry. Sharon being
the doctor who, yes, the beautiful woman that we were talking about right here. I have a picture actually.
So she's there. Why is she there?
Because she is an important part of the Abraxas community. So she basically runs this hospital, and her coworkers are there. Jan goes up to her and is like, "Hey, this is not a good like we think Voyager's gonna strike. There's too many big people here for Voyager not to strike. Please just leave." Which is kind of like the first moment where it's like, "Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm glad you reached out to me," because they'd kind of been like treating each other like colleagues almost.
Yeah.
But now it's kind of like, hey, I kind of care about you. I want you to be safe in this situation. So she's like, okay, I'll tell my friends we want to leave. Yeah. So they leave. Okay. And right after that, the leader of the Torres Foundation is actually brainjacked by Voyager, starts reciting revelations just in the exact way we'd expect.
No!
And people are just falling. They're just falling down because he's brainjacking them to be able to literally like override their minds. And so pretty soon after that happens, Jan and the team essentially like, okay, we need to get the fuck out of here. So they leave and are basically like, a lot happens after this point, and I'm honestly going to kind of skip over this because it's a pretty big part of the game. But I will also mention the son of the... I'm just going to read this real quick.
Yeah.
Irene Torres, who's the president of the Torres Foundation. Klaus Torres. Interesting name. Very interesting. Takahashi uses these similar names. Think about it. We have a Mikhail and a Klaus already. So Klaus Torres is brainjacked and is kind of seen as the number one suspect for Voyager. They think it's him because they see him essentially running out of the UMN and just running all the shit. So I'm going to skip through this a little bit. Essentially, they find out that Klaus is also being brainjacked by Voyager. He starts spewing revelations as well and commits suicide in the UMN.
In front of everybody?
In front of everybody. Just jumps off a building and kills himself. His physical body is left over and is found in a UMN dive bed. And the crew basically, it's Eric's idea. They're like, hey, why don't we UMN dive into his physical brain? Even though he's dead, we could find out who Voyager is through this information. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So you can do that, but it's illegal. They literally say, they're like, this is illegal. It's dangerous because if you dive into a human brain, it's decaying. Every second, it's decaying. So therefore, the memory is going to... And if you decay with a memory, you're dead.
You're dead.
You're dead.
It's super dangerous.
So they get Bugs, they get Melise, they get Lactus, and they get Jan with Mikhail and...
the whole crew.
The whole crew.
Okay.
They go with Sharon, who is the person who's dealing with the dead body, and she's like, you know what? I can't stand more children dying from the hands of Voyager. Because she kind of has this special relationship with Jan. She's like, okay, I'm 100% down. Even though this is illegal, we have practically 40 minutes to get this done before the brain is just fucked. So she brings the body. They're able to dive into his brain, and they basically see his psyche of what's going on. And he's essentially connected with these people who were connected with Dmitry Yuriev to sell these drug supplements, right?
Like the one that he saw Eric using.
You're right, but that was a health supplement, wasn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
Even though
that's what he said.
Even though what's her face didn't say anything about it, right?
Nope, she didn't say a word. There was nothing prescribed or anything. So just keep that on. Keep that mindset. So drug supplements. We find out that Klaus is working with these people who work for Dmitry Yuriev, who at this moment in time is and I mentioned this last episode, but I don't know if you remember Dmitry very well.
Can you remind me a little bit?
I absolutely will.
Dmitry?
So he is, from what we learned in the other Xenosaga games, he is a human who, I don't want to say too much that will say too much from Future Redeemed, but how much do you want me to say?
Oh, I do not care.
Are you down?
That's okay, bro.
Okay.
Yes.
So through that time, we find out
things I probably honestly already.
You might already know.
Yeah.
So Dmitry Yuriev was an early designer child who was created during the time of Klaus. Okay? So Dmitry Yuriev has the ability, because he was an experimental being that was one of many children. Originally, designer children were just made so they could be put through the UMN and brought back. This was before space travel was possible. We didn't know what would happen if you put a human through. So with all these tests, every single child died except for Dmitry Yuriev, who was put through this test.
Dmitry Yuriev was a part of the original kids.
Yes,
right.
the designer children.
Xenosaga 2
or
1.
He's the father to all those children.
All of them.
The reason that he created all those kids like Junior, Albedo, and Negredo was because he had this fear of Udu, because going through the UMN, he realized at its center was Udu. And he created a deal with Udu, one of two characters, and I will get into the second character in this story, to ever make a contract with Udu.
Well, the first was Weiss, right?
Weiss?
Yeah.
Who's Weiss?
Weiss, Wilhelm. My bad.
Oh, Wilhelm is a being of the. He is the protector of the lower domain,
right?
And is a being of the imaginary number domain,
right?
So
but did he make a deal with Udu for that responsibility?
His power comes from the imaginary number domain, not the upper domain. Upper domain abilities and the imaginary number domain abilities are completely different.
Got it.
So Gnosis and Wilhelm are from the imaginary number domain, which are tied to the lower domain. The upper domain is beyond human comprehension.
Yeah.
No being exists within that. Right?
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Makes money.
Following.
So, Dmitry Yuriev has the ability to reincarnate his consciousness into another being's body. And so he's able to live for thousands and thousands of years. That's why he's alive 100 years before the story starts. He is essentially using, and what they find out here through Klaus's memories, is that he is using Voyager as almost like his dog to kill political rivals and allow him to sell these illegal drugs on the streets without any kind of worry by using him to work through the UMN. This does not answer who Voyager is. No. We know Dmitry Yuriev is connected.
Gives us some connected
exactly.
motive, though.
But Dmitry Yuriev at this moment is, let me try and see if I can find this. Okay, so Dmitry, he's a member of the Galactic Federation with a lot of influence. He's very deeply connected to the Galactic Federation. So here's, I couldn't find better, but that's the character design for Dmitry Yuriev in this time. He's almost like a little bit younger.
Interesting how he
has
kind of
longer
looks
hair.
Like, what's it sounds like a girl's name, but it's a guy.
Who? Oh, Lactus?
Lactus. I'm gonna write down these names, dude. I can't. Okay,
please. If you want, just write down these names. I mean, you have Jan Sauer, Eric Weber.
Yep.
Mikhail Ortman, Bugs, Melise Ortis, and that's honestly, I mean, you can write down Sharon if you like. What?
Sorry. I know, dude. I don't know what.
Let's go.
Oh, let me. Do you want a drink or anything?
Yeah, I'll take one. Is there any way could I have an on now?
Yeah, bro.
That'd be okay.
Of course.
They call it the drink. They call it the what? When I was a kid. It's called the juice box. You ready?
Yeah.
Ready to get into it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Are you still with it?
Yes.
Promise?
I am. Okay. Yes, bro. 100%. Did I get all the characters? Lactus, Dmitry, Jan, Eric.
Yes. If you want to write Sharon, she's an important character.
Sharon is the hospital lady.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
Okay.
And the one who dealt with Eric when he had that weird hospital scare.
So. Melise, one more time.
Melise is the 23-year-old. She's like a cadet, basically. Not a cadet, but she's like the one who's like the youngest in the group, basically. Okay. If you want to take a look at the pictures too, Jan, Eric, Mikhail, Bugs, Melise, and Lactus.
Okay.
So if you remember that picture
of
Lactus standing next to Melise.
Yeah, and I remember honestly Melise is the only one I couldn't really remember which
this is actually right during when they're diving into
Melise.
Yeah. No. That's they would all be in the same universe. Yeah. This is when they were diving into Klaus's dead body.
Got it.
So Mikhail, Eric Weber. See how they're the guys in the chair, and she's standing there because she's dealing with the
Also,
dead body.
look how they're like, so what the fuck? And Eric is like on
Yeah,
mission.
he's locked in.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
All right.
You ready?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So, continuing back to... Should we crack these?
Yeah,
Actually,
sure.
yeah. 3, 2, 1.
You already know this was not very satisfying,
Yes,
but
you're
cheers,
drinking
brother.
the twee. It's important when you're enjoying a wonderful story to just, have a little popcorn for it.
Absolutely.
Right? Come on.
Absolutely, brother.
Okay.
Okay.
So getting back into the story.
Are we still in the dive?
I was going to say
Inside?
finishing off Klaus's dive
Yes,
into his
in
dead
his
body
decaying
brain. Yes,
brain.
into his decaying brain. They all safely make out of it. Make it out of it. However, I will say, and this is a pretty big deal, Jan sees Voyager speaking to him for a second. And for a split second, just take this for what you will, don't say anything too crazy about it, he sees Eric. He sees Eric in front of him. And then they get out of the dive, right? They come out with the information. That's not information Jan wants to focus on. That is just a little detail for something
there.
for us to see.
Can I ask something
Yes.
then?
Yes.
In the visual it's showing of the dive, is Eric like not present?
No, Eric is in their ear the whole time. He's not in there with them. Think about it. He's the guy in the chair. Him and Mikhail are a duo of the guy in the chair. So they're dive operators. They're operating everything and making sure they're able to get in and out.
I got you.
Just like that picture I showed you of them in the chair together.
They're not sending their consciousness. They're operating.
No, they're in the real world.
Consciously in the real world.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's what they look like while they're doing it. Locked in.
Got
right?
it.
Okay. So with that all being said,
So
he sees Eric, but the important information is that they understand that there are high government ties to Voyager and Klaus, who is working with Voyager. Klaus obviously is dead, and now the next day that they go in, essentially. Actually, wait, real quick, I want to mention that after this moment happens, they kind of celebrate kind of getting away with it. They go out drinking, and they're all kind of celebrating, right? Very Rocky of them.
Oh,
and
for sure. But
obviously they're with Sharon
Jan
because
doesn't feel weird.
Jan...
Is he not struggling with what he saw?
So
or is
what
not
he
saying
saw
anything?
was more of a sense of like he refuses to believe there is a because these guys are tight. Like I'm
Yes.
saying, they finish a mission, they go out for drinks afterwards. These guys
Yes.
are tight. Even Bugs, who's a robot, he feels so like close to family with them.
Okay.
So during this, when this is happening, Jan, we find out, is an extreme lightweight and cannot handle his drinks at all. He had about 2 drinks and starts getting drunk and is literally unable. Yeah, and since Sharon is with them, she decides to bring him back to her house, kind of take care of him. But what ends up happening is... Mama! Huge shout out, the Rizzler! No, but what we find out is he wakes up at Sharon's house. She kind of takes care of him. And she has a son named Joachim Rosa, who is actually not connected to the other Joachim Mizrahi we know. It's just a common name, I suppose, at the time, which is actually
For sure.
very interesting.
It's very interesting.
But he basically wakes him up and he's like, oh my gosh, are you like a police captain? Like this little kid talking with him. And he's like, yeah, I am. He's not good with kids at all. This guy, Jan, he's a cool, collected police captain. But like a little kid starts talking to me. He's like, yeah, I mean, I am. And he's like, oh, that's cool. My dad was a police captain. Are you like gonna be my new dad, or like what's the vibe? You're like
Bro.
dude. Well, dude's young. He doesn't really know. He doesn't know too much.
Unfiltered.
Yeah,
and,
unfiltered
he's
as hell. Exactly.
but
He's
also,
like,
the parallel of like
yes.
his dad was a captain.
His dad was a captain.
And this guy's dad was a captain.
So that's the thing, is that he almost bonds with Joachim in that way, where it's like, oh, your dad was a captain who died.
You.
I understand you deeper than most people ever will.
Bro.
And so he kind of, at this point, he gets a little close with Joachim and then Sharon, and then kind of for the next couple of days to come, actually, it's weeks where he continuously sees Sharon. And after a while, he goes over for dinner. One of my favorite parts of the game, actually, which I'm going to pull up a picture. This is genuinely one of my favorite parts. They're like, he basically goes up to Jan and is like, hey, don't you think my mom's like beautiful? Like, don't you kind of want to like marry her? Or like, yeah, don't you want to like fall in love with my mom? And he's smiling and he's like, yeah, your mom is actually, she's gorgeous. She's a beautiful woman. And Joachim's like, okay, well, I'm the only one who's kind of protecting her right now. Like, I'm the one who has to take care of her. Wouldn't it be super awesome if we had like a team, like we did this together and you helped take care of my mom? And he's like, absolutely. I'm 100% with that. And then she comes in and she's like, what are you two talking about? And he's like, nothing, just guy stuff. And she's like, okay, Jan, what are you guys talking about? And he's like, it's just guy stuff. Yeah, like you don't need to worry about it. And I was like lit up from these scenes because
I got chills.
Jan is truly experiencing something that is healing his inner child, which is being present for this boy who he sees it himself while also falling in love. And he describes it at this dinner where he says, my life and my world, because she's a widow, she knows what it means to be alone now. He says, my life and my world is this monotone gray, and that's what I thought the world was. But when I'm with you and Joachim, I see the world in full color. It's this radiant, beautiful color. And it genuinely brought a tear to my eye when I was playing through the game, because this guy deserves it more than anyone. He's so respectable. He cares about his subordinates, but he deserves to be a father. He deserves to heal himself while also healing Joachim. And this relationship they build is just so special. I love that. Genuinely much deeper than a lot of other shows I've seen, where it's like, you know, it's like you don't really see that idea of like a stepfather coming into a child's life. It's either a dad or, you know, a mother or those ideas, but it's so much more powerful knowing where he came from. And so,
if anything, it's almost like he is thinking about his connection with that family, with Sharon.
Yes.
All because of Joachim.
It's the world, what he saw was gray, what Joachim could have been through was gray, is now multicolored. And it's not just him, it's Sharon and Joachim. They have built a family. And
that's beautiful.
He basically he asked Sharon to marry him pretty soon after that, a couple weeks after, and they build this like kind of family, and Joachim starts calling him Papa is what starts calling him Papa. Bro. And they become extremely close. Just so you know, I meant to show you this earlier, but I have pictures for Joachim as well, so you can kind of picture him a little bit better. Right here, this is obviously Joachim from the game. This is a flashback of Joachim from Xenosaga Episode 1.
Looks a lot better in Pied Piper.
In Pied Piper, for sure. I don't know why his face is so fat. Like, I don't get that. But you see the vibe. He becomes Jan's true son, and they have this connection where it's like, we work together to protect your mother. We have this like man on personality where it's like this young boy who needs a father and this man who needs a son.
Yeah, but
the
son was the convincing factor.
Absolutely.
That's so
absolutely. So they become a family, and it is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in a JRPG. Like it genuinely is. Like
the usual overtrope is that the child is the hardest. You have to get through the child.
You got to get to the mom. Absolutely. You've seen that 1,000 times in anime. But if anything, it's doing something so incredible.
Jan is not even on this wavelength of romance or anything, right?
No. Well, he cares about Sharon, of course, but it's almost like he sees this place in which he is a part of. And this brings
because of Joachim.
Absolutely. Because of Joachim, and obviously him and Sharon have been talking this whole time. He cares about her even before he met Joachim.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
So just incredible. And so he goes back, and I love the way all his subordinates kind of mess with him. They're like, so you're getting married. And they're like, he's like, wait, hold up. How do you guys know? He's like, are you kidding? We're special ops. Our whole point is to understand the like what's going on.
Oh yeah.
So
you think we don't know, buddy?
we're special ops. How do you think we couldn't know? So all of them are messing with him. Melissa's like, oh, I never thought you'd get married, Captain. And Lacta's like, yeah, well, it only logically makes sense. And Mikhail literally says, he's like, well, Melisse, if you're trying to get married, we could probably make something, we could get something to work out between me and you. And she's like, are you kidding me? No way. She's like, I'm going to marry someone like the Captain who's like cool and collected. And he's like, what are you talking about? I'm cool and collected. That's why he reminds me so much of Dorian, just the way he's like, he's like out there, just like going for it.
Sure.
And Bugs even is just like I don't understand human emotion as well, but I can see that she makes you happy. Like, you seem different, Captain. And that's kind of the vibe from everyone. Eric says the same thing, and it's a very like beautiful thing. Even when he goes to what's his name? The chief, Chief McCallum. He basically he's like, hey, I'm really proud of you, kid. Like, I'm proud that you're able to do this and really like actually have a wife. That's all I really wanted from you. After your father passed, I knew that was kind of the step you should go into. So everyone's really supporting him in this aspect of his life, and he ends up marrying Sharon and truly being that father to Joachim the way that he deserved to. How you doing? Do you mind if I continue?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'll tell you where my head's at.
Tell me where your head's at, because I want to keep going with it.
So where my head's at is like, you see a common reason why these main character people, like guys, I think of guys like you've obviously seen Avatar of the blue people.
Right.
That whole story of it's Pocahontas rehashed.
It really is.
Truly.
Yeah, it really is.
Like truly how he sees the darkness in his humanity, falls, he's on a mission. He's mission focused. Remember even in the story, right, on Pandora, and when he gets there, he's even called to it because the avatar of his twin brother, right, is like was on the mission.
His brother was.
You have to come in and fill the shoes. This guy was in prison, so the only hope you have of like anything beyond your prison life is fulfilling this, and he didn't want to. So it is a beautiful, beautiful story. Separate from a Disney John Smith-esque.
For
of sure. This guy is honestly thinking about his mission. Yeah. He's learning and he's doing these things and he's thinking he's befriending the princess to infiltrate for humanity.
But then what does he do? Something deeper than that.
Exactly.
And that's one of the reasons why Jan Sauer is one of my favorite characters I've seen, because it's a subversion of the almost JRPG narrative of the cool, collected commander who he knows everything, that there's nothing anyone could teach him. And guess what? A child and a woman, a loving wife, teaches him something so deeply that he changes as a person.
And dude,
right?
I'm
telling you, this story, it's my favorite of Xenos. Yes.
It's like, I think of, because I think as you and I are guys. You and I are like aspiring men, right? And in looking back on talks we have on our lives and what affects us, what's affected me being in my 30s now, you know, it's like being a man and being the best version of myself and accomplishing my version of mission, all those things, right? When you're in those kind of mindsets, Joshy, I mean, it's like you can be kind of like single-minded, right?
Absolutely.
And the story that I've been hearing so far is that this guy is pretty single-minded. In fact, the last thing he felt mission-based was, what the fuck? I just saw my comrade, and I've already been seeing weird shit, and his explanation, I'm taking it, but I don't really, I'm taking it up here.
I'm keeping it up here, but I'm like,
sus, but I want to trust him.
But I choose to trust my subordinate, because that's what I do as a captain. Is I look at things objectively, but emotionally as well, even if he's not even trying to.
So it wasn't Sharon that brought him out of that. She already was there. She already was somebody that he cared about. It was the son that he saw a reflection of himself.
That's the point. Oh my god, I'm so glad you're getting this, because I got so emotional. These scenes with Joachim and Jan, and oh my gosh, I literally might even tear up. Just this idea of the son, the child being what Jan Sauer remembers, and even there is a point to why I only showed you a picture of Joachim as the only character who Ziggy is kind of picturing. I'm jumping a little further, but that idea of that further, thought of what does it take to be a man, like that idea
not around the bush here, right?
Yes.
It's that you have already said what the ending of Pied Piper is on cast.
We do
right?
know.
I already know how it ends.
Right.
So taking that into account of who this character we've built up
and where does he go?
My favorite so far from the Xenosaga series as well, right?
Yeah.
Like it's
my favorite character, no question. After this story, it's my favorite character.
Yes,
and he was before, but there's no question.
Lore onto the depth of this character. Like seriously, again, like in a world that is so broken, a universe and reality is so broken, it's not too far from our own reality.
Not at all,
right?
If anything, it's the idea of where will humanity go,
right?
Theoretically, and obviously you could say the Conduit and the Zohar are part of it, but we could already say those aspects are already a part of our society.
Else,
exactly. I think Takahashi's making that point. I truly do believe that he's making the point of what are we as a society
I also want to
doing.
touch on one more thing, which is like almost this idea of like escapism.
Yes.
Okay. And
speaking of
an
Moromi,
idea of speaking of Moromi, bro, like this idea of obviously Jan is so again, all the reasons romantically why truly I'm kind of the mind right now, unless you tell me otherwise, like maybe him and Sharon wouldn't even be a thing ever if Joachim, if that whole scenario didn't go down.
I don't think it would be the same. I will say though, him and Sharon have been talking this whole time,
right?
And they have been talking about deeper things.
Okay, but hear me out.
I will say though, I definitely see them as a very deep couple, but I think it's only extended upon with Joachim there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And to the point of getting married,
I don't know if I've I don't think that would have happened.
That was not on his mind whatsoever.
No.
If anything, you know what?
Yeah.
You know what the stereotype is?
Yes.
You can relate.
Yes.
Let's wait till after the war.
Yes.
Let's wait till this is done.
Yeah, this is done.
Which, if you're war chief, it probably ain't gonna happen.
Totally.
Okay.
Totally.
So it's a fleeting dream.
No, I'm with you.
But it grounds him.
I think it
humanizes.
But that's the thing is that it makes the three of them, and they say this many times, and Sharon says this many times. They are a family.
Yes.
It's not just Sharon and Jan's relationship. It's Joachim and Jan, and Joachim and Sharon.
Yes.
And the way that the three of them work, they built a family.
Yes.
They built something real.
It truly shows, like, no matter what, I think, it's kind of this message of don't forget your humanity at the end of the day.
Yes.
Don't forget, like, even though you're fighting for things that your people have been fighting for thousands of years, even though you're leading the fleet here and you're trying to make the change. Respectable. I get it. It's not downplaying that. Don't forget you're a human too.
I'm 100%.
Right?
I'm 100% with you, and I think we should continue with the story with that said.
Let's go.
Because I think you will appreciate everything that happens so much more with that being said.
I'll bring us back.
Yes.
He comes back. Everyone's giving him shit.
Everyone's giving him shit,
like,
yes.
Hey, buddy, what's going on?
Yeah. They're like, oh, we knew something was going on.
Yeah.
Every part of it is doing it in their own way, and I love these characters so much. This was the moment where I was like, I can't believe how much I love these characters.
Wow.
The young Melise, Mikhail just being like, hey, Melise, we could get married too, something like that.
Totally.
And then Lacus being like, well, logically it makes the most sense. Bugs being like, well, I don't understand human, emotions, but I know that you seem different, Captain. And Eric being like, yes, I'm happy for you, Captain. I can understand that this is where you want to go. After that moment, he's called into the office by Chief McCallum, basically his uncle, tells him, hey, I'm really proud of you, kid. I'm proud of everything you're doing. But to be honest with you, unfortunately, we're going to have to take you off the case. So...
No!
Yeah, absolutely.
Off the case of Voyager completely?
They're saying we are canceling the investigation of Voyager.
Why?
You'll see why. He basically tells him, Yeah, these higher ups are not allowing the investigation up.
Listen,
so
I'm so on
yes,
board
yes,
with putting myself in
yes,
Jan's shoes
yes,
right now because, like,
yes,
you know,
yes,
he had a near-death experience,
yes,
right?
Absolutely.
Like, crazy shit.
His subordinates almost died.
Feels like he's having a hallucination, doesn't want to believe it, taking into account, just saw his brother and, like, you know, Eric being involved. Boom, taken out of it, and, like, you know, he's still there struggling.
But also, he saw children die multiple times.
Oh, yeah.
Now.
Not to discredit any of that even.
Right.
But, you know, has a little bit of boom, has a little bit of celebration, has a little bit of recovery. Okay, like, now I have more purpose to get this done.
Absolutely.
More purpose to
He's
find
fighting
Voyager.
for Joachim.
You're off the case.
Exactly.
You're off the case.
But think about what he has now. Voyager is after children. What does he have now? He has a son.
Yeah.
He has a true son. So you're off the case. What the fuck do you do with that?
Dude,
yeah. So check us out. Okay.
No.
I'm
Seriously,
so glad you're with it, dude. Let's
I'm
go.
so with it.
I was so passionate playing this whole thing too. I mean, watching it basically. So check us out. He's off the case,
God.
and he's like, McCallum, what the fuck are you talking about? Voyager is still at large.
Yeah.
He is still a massive part, and he's like, and basically the chief is like, there is literally nothing I can do. This is coming from my higher-ups. My higher-ups are telling me, guess who they found out is deeply connected with it? Guess who? Dmitry Yuriev, a deep part of the federal government or the Galactic Federation, who is secretly dealing in those drugs, those whatever you'd call it, right?
Drugs.
Drugs.
That's what we'll call them.
We'll keep calling them that.
Yeah, drugs.
Space drugs.
Right.
So essentially, we find out that government officials are lining their pockets with the use of a serial killer as their ability to use it. And guess what? The police force, which is ran by the federal government, is then told to quit the investigation because they are told so. And how do you think Jan's going to respond to that?
Not good.
Absolutely not.
Of course.
Guess what?
Because the man of justice.
He continues the investigation by himself.
By himself
with, by the way, he brings it to the rest of his teammates. All of them are down with it.
All of them are
Every
down.
single
Of
one.
course.
So literally he's like, okay, the chief is like, they're not down for this, but let's continue our investigation. The bad part is
Can I
that
ask what Sharon said? Just because I'm so
Sharon,
into it.
Yeah, Sharon is 100% down. He literally calls her and is like, hey, I might become a fugitive of the government. And she literally tells him, she says, if you thought I would agree to be your wife and I wouldn't be down for this, you're completely wrong.
Fuck
Love
yes,
Sharon
bro.
so much. She is
Yes.
such a goat. She's a ride or die. And she literally says those exact words. She's like, if you think I'd become your wife without expecting something like this, you're completely wrong. Let's continue with it.
Oh,
so
right.
Ernest Luis shows up to their spot while they're investigating it and replaces Sean as chief. Completely says, hey, there's a new chief of police. Guess what? Eric Weber, you're arrested for illegal use of narcotics. Melise Ortez, you're arrested for illegal use of diving into a dead body. And Lactus, you are arrested for blah, 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 blah. Like being a reality who's okay with all this. Jan Sauer, you do the same thing. All of you are arrested. The new chief apprehends all of them except for Bugs.
Did they even do anything yet?
Dog, no. But guess what? It's an inside job.
It's an inside job.
It's completely an inside job. So this new chief replaced McCallum, who obviously he's been working this whole time with Sauer because he's basically his uncle. He knew his father, and he basically brought him in through this police force. This new guy, Ernest Luis, doesn't give a fuck about all that. Just arrests all of them. They end up in prison. Guess what? They have Bugs come and bust them out of prison, right? They escape and are able to they become complete fugitives. It's literally like the JRPG thing where you're fighting a prison guard after prison guard after prison guard.
Yeah.
They eventually find Sean McCallum.
Right,
exactly. They find Sean McCallum, who has been murdered in his police cell. The basic father figure of Jan. He says a couple last words to him, and he's basically like, I'm proud of you, and I want you to do what's right. I follow what's right. And Jan knows exactly what that means. He literally takes that, calls Sharon again. He's like, hey, can we meet up at that specific
Pacific Ocean.
Specific spot. Let's meet up at this specific spot at this certain like way. Mikhail wasn't arrested, but he essentially downloaded this file, gave it to Jan, who essentially was able to check. It was the final moments of Klaus's mind, and basically says this tells you what Voyager is. He gives it to Mikhail, which is like the last thing that this guy named Dewey, who's just a goat, he's kind of like a side character, but he hands this message to Mikhail, who basically takes it with him, who's arrested with him, and as soon as they're able to get back to the police station with the help of Sharon, he's like, okay, Mikhail, Eric, you guys log into this thing, check it out. I'm going to go meet up with Sharon in the rest of the game, and we're all going to like talk about this because we're basically fugitives. You're walking the streets. It's actually pretty sick as fuck. You're walking the streets of Abraxas, and any person who sees you will try and apprehend you. So you have to fight each one going through it.
Wow.
You meet up with Sharon in this specific alleyway, and Sharon is obviously just worried about Jan. She loves this man so much. He's the father of her child, to be honest with you, and he is everything she wanted in a partner. She's obviously a widow. She's experienced marriage and all these things before, but it's extremely important to her. So they meet up, and they're basically able to talk about everything. He's like, okay, I'm going to try and come by. I'm going to try and lay low as long as I can. He gets a call from Mikhail. Mikhail, on a private line, is literally like, Captain, and they all call him Captain, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that yet. He's like, Captain, I know who Voyager is. I need to meet up with you at this place, at this time, and all this blah, 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 blah. Like, this is a private line. Don't tell anyone. I'm going to tell you who Voyager is, okay? They go to this specific spot. Before they do, at this spot, Eric just starts wandering up to them. He's like, hey, Mikhail said he had some information for you. Why don't we go meet at the spot? I'll join you guys, right? Okay. So they go to exactly where they said Mikhail would. You remember who Mikhail looks like? You remember everything?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
They basically say, okay, I'm going to go meet up with him. They see Mikhail, approaches the whole party, glass eyes, spitting revelations, right? This guy's like, I will do what he must, essentially. You have a fight that's literally like started in the JRPG. You're fighting Mikhail, and you have to kill him. It's some like actual Undertale shit. So I actually have the picture of what happens afterwards. So check this out. We have Melise, we have Jan. That's his subordinate. You know, it's the last thing you want to do. And Mikhail's basically like, he's like Voyager is near, and that's all he's able to say, and he dies. So Mikhail is killed by Voyager. And through this, obviously, Jan, he's a fugitive. He just lost one of his subordinates. He is like deeply upset. He ends up going back to the police station, avoiding all conflict as much as he can. And basically, in the information that Mikhail left, it's like Eric Weber is Voyager.
But how does he leave that info?
Because it was the info from Klaus's brain, right? Klaus's the last memory that he had, that information was given to this character named Dewey, who gave it to Mikhail, who was arrested in prison and who couldn't get it to like dissect it, basically, because it's like UMN kind of like think of it like the Matrix, right? It's totally scientific shit that you really don't understand.
It's like backdooring.
Yeah, backdooring. All the time. So he did it with Eric. Eric, literally, after he finds out he calls Jan, is able to then brainjack him. I want to take a break here because I got to pee so bad.
Let's do it.
Are you done?
Coming back here,
yes.
I have the actual symbolism defined.
Okay.
In Abraxas.
Oh.
I thought it was.
Are we coming back?
So I thought
it was
share.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are we back?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Beautiful.
we're officially back.
Mm-hmm.
So, Basilides of Egypt, an early 2nd century Gnostic teacher. So this is like, within the first couple hundred years coming off of AD.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
They viewed Abraxas as the supreme deity and the source of divine emanations, i.e., the ruler of all 365 heavens, or circles of creation.
Wow.
One for each day of the year.
Very interesting.
Very interesting.
So you think there's any reason the immigrant fleet would call that place their home?
Nah, I think it was all complete happenstance. I think they just thought it was a cool name.
I think so too.
None of this has anything to do with nothing.
I completely agree. Just kidding. That is incredible. Thank you for looking that up.
You're
and
welcome.
going into
Yeah,
that.
absolutely. I just think it's fascinating because I remember it's so honestly off topic.
Yeah.
But, you play on Spotify, YouTube Music, you're listening to music. There was this like kind of EDM, kind of like heavy metal mixed band. They're literally called Abraxas. Or I think they have a song called Abraxas.
Oh, wow.
And I looked it up earlier, and I'm like, oh, yeah, this is definitely that song I remember I saw a long time ago. And I just wanted to show you what it looked like.
Sure. The band's not called Abraxas? The song?
I don't think the band is Abraxas. Okay. Yeah, because for sure. I just tried looking at it once again. I just typed in Abraxas into Spotify. It's not really pulling up anything. There's a few bands called Abraxas, but on Spotify you can go to like your liked songs.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what?
Is that Joe Rogan?
Oh, I have podcasts.
Oh, there you go.
I'm literally like, where's all my fucking music?
Where's my shit, man?
Hello. Okay, if you go to liked songs, you can see and search any song you've ever liked, right? Right. So I definitely have a song here called Abraxas. Abraxas is the band, and it's called Black Rainbow. Check this out. That's the band, Abraxas. And this is the song and its cover art. So it's very out there.
Yeah.
Fascinating. Absolutely. It's this is like the song. It's like very It's like some heavy, like drum and bass.
Yeah, drum and bass EDM music. Style, yeah.
Yeah, but I remember looking at the name Abraxas and thinking it was really unique.
That is very unique.
Like, what the heck is this band?
So it's based on that Gnostic idea. And also the name of the planet in which all these crimes are being committed by Voyager.
Interesting.
Who we just found out is Eric Weber.
Or at least...
That's what they say. That's what it says. That's what Mikhail says before his death. Exactly. I'm so glad you're with it.
Okay.
So after this moment, Jan, Bugs, Melise, and Lactus, who are basically the ones left because they're treating Eric like he is the number one suspect. They find Eric in a dive bed, which is impossible to break into unless you want the person to die. If you break into one, their consciousness will cease to exist. And they are trying to capture him and use him as this evidence and somehow a way that they could get back into the police force. They hunt him down to a UMN bed.
Because he disappeared on sight? Because I thought
he completely
Eric
he completely ran away. So right before they went back to the spot, he just disappeared. Oh, he actually said something to the captain before after they found out. Yeah, when they went back to the place, Eric literally said one of Revelations, the next part of Revelations. He says that, and then Jan literally says to him, he's like, why would you say that? And he was like, it's just a prayer. And he was like, you need to like read the room and get a better prayer because you're sounding like Voyager right now. And he's like, well, it's just what I believe. And he walks away. Even Melise sees him and she's like, what was up with Eric's face? Goes up to the captain, and then they find out that Eric Weber is Voyager. He goes to this UMN dive bed. I'm going to try and find, I don't need to find a picture for you, but I thought it would be kind of nice.
Wow, man.
Yeah,
it's like this crazy,
pretty intense, right?
Like plot and story. I'm really following of like, now that you see it,
that's
all the signs really do point to him.
Point to Eric.
Don't want to.
He didn't want to believe it. It's like fucking AOT. I literally was talking about that. I was like thinking about that. I'm like, look, so there's Bug, Lactus, Melise, and Jan. That's the UMN dive bed where they can't get into. But look, on the wall is another Revelations. It's all written in Hebrew, by the way. I forgot to mention that.
You don't say.
Pretty interesting, huh?
You know what language most of the original Bible is written in, right?
Yes.
Hebrew,
buddy.
That's crazy.
So very interesting that he has that. So yeah. So one of the big things that's being set up right now that I honestly should have mentioned sooner is that Sharon is religious, and she is a children of the Zohar, which are the original descendants of the immigrant fleet, which are the people who worship worship God, but the Zohar is a part of them. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. Took the Zohar with them, right?
I'm going to
Nice. Don't mind if we do. Wait, can I grab a drink? Are there any left? Is it okay if I grab one? I just feel like I'm rocking.
Yes and yes. And just replace. Throw some more in. Get them cold.
I think I threw them all in. Yeah. So they're all
beautiful.
Cold.
I'm glad you like these so much.
These are tasty, dude. Tasty. Should I do a crack as well?
Yeah, you know what? You give me one.
Let's go.
Let's do it. Whatever one is in that bowl. Give me a
strawberry or
give me a tweet.
Oh, you want a tweet?
I'll take the tweet.
Yeah, let's do a tweet. Sorry, I'm just loving these right now.
Don't be, bro.
They're great. Okay.
Come.
You ready? Wait. There we go, baby.
Yum, 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 yum.
So I forgot to mention this, which is pretty important. Pretty early on in the series, we see, even before we know who Sharon is, she's praying towards talk. Yes. Let's go.
I feel like they're meant for you to like make sentences.
It's a podcast. You know talk, yes.
Yeah, talk, yes.
Yeah.
Right?
We talk to her.
If we ever open up more of these on podcasts, we can save them and see what sentence we
see if it makes something. That'd be cool.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, yes, talk.
Let's do it. Yes, talk.
Perfect.
Talk to her. So Sharon is revealed to be, obviously, she's religious, and she is one of the children of Zohar. So she goes to church. The first person we see her talking to is Julius, who's kind of preaching a lot of like, hey, you know, you will find this, this part of you will come to you, right? Kind of talking about what Jan will be to her in the future.
Yes.
This part she's missing, and she's praying for her husband, and he's like, okay, he's with us, but he will be found, right? Or there will be something to save your heart that will show up. Kind of referencing Jan in earlier on. So there is this massive, the Pilgrimage Council is what the immigrant fleet calls their massive union. Once a year, this happens where they all show up, everyone who is on Abraxas, because this whole story takes place on Abraxas. Jan is not from Abraxas. All the team is not from Abraxas.
Right. They're
stationed here
the Federation.
From the Federation, exactly. Exactly. So after this is revealed, they're literally like, oh, this has to mean that they are going to, the Voyager is going to go for the Pilgrimage Council because there's a lot of big dogs there. It's all Abraxian people, and Voyager...
So it's happening at the same time while he's...
Yes, what we learn is that Dmitry Yuriev is trying to destroy what the foundation of Abraxas and the religious beliefs that stand there by replacing the current priest, who obviously has ties with Dmitry Yuriev if he's working with Voyager, and then also getting rid of the people and almost like destroying the religious people that exist there so he can have political control of the Zohar, which is the most powerful piece of substance that exists in this entire universe. So the reason we find out that the reason Voyager is working with Dmitry Yuriev and the reason Dmitry Yuriev is doing all this is so he can gain control of the Zohar, which is in control of Abraxian people. So, literally, Jan comes to the conclusion, he's like, oh my god, the Pilgrimage Council, the Archon Cathedral is what it's called. It's a massive structure. I just visited it in Xenoblade 3. Xenosaga Episode 3.
Right.
The Archon Cathedral is what it's called on Abraxas. This is where thousands of people are going to meet. And essentially, they're pretty certain that Voyager is going to go towards it. This is even before they find out that Eric Weber is Voyager. So because he's in a dive bed, they're able to use temporary dive beds to dive into his subconscious. And they essentially find a piece of Eric's subconscious who's like, Captain, I'm so sorry. Like, the reason I did this was because we find out Eric Weber was born with a congenitive brain disorder in his frontal lobe that is continuously eating away at his brain. and he's essentially unable to function unless he has one of those drugs from Dmitry Yuriev. Because he was in that hospital, that's why he was away from the drug for so long. That's why he had to use it in the locker room. Yes. Exactly. But the whole point being, he was able to dive into the UMN as a child and continuously upload his consciousness and his memories into the UMN, and that made him not only a UMN addict, but a person who continuously needed to rely on the UMN. And because he dove so much deeper and so much deeper, he found the center of the UMN, and the center of the UMN is Udu, and he made a contract with him, and he made this contract that he would be able to slip into the UMN even while he was consciously existing within the real world, which is impossible. So that's the second person who ever made a deal with Udu. Dmitry Yuriev and Voyager, Eric Weber. Wow. He tells them all this while they're diving into his brain. His subconscious is like, I'm sorry, Captain, this is what I have to do. The reason he kills all these children is because when he kills someone, he's able to absorb their existence through the UMN to become a part of his own brain. They can see through his eyes. They think the thoughts he has. So all these children, these Abraxian children, he is forming into his own. He's
army.
Yes. Do you know the story of Pied Piper?
No.
Okay. I'm going to explain the story real quick.
Let's do it.
So there is a story. It's a Brothers Grimm story, which is just one of the most classic stories. Cinderella and all those stories are all Brothers Grimm.
Totally.
So I
have one question.
Yes.
Remind me, Dmitry Yuriev, what was the first contract he formed with Udu?
He formed a contract because he was one of the only designer children. He was physically made on Earth, Lost Jerusalem, it was the experiment. The only way that people were able to be shot out into space was using the UMN, which was formed during Lost Jerusalem.
Okay.
The whole point was that
Wilhelm, right?
Yes. Part of Wilhelm Vector, and also
Wilhelm controls Vector.
Controls Vector, and he controls the rival to Vector. It's called Hyman.
Sorry, Hyman?
No, Heimline.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm sorry, what?
Sorry, what?
I'm sorry, what? No, Heimline. Heimline is what.
Heimline. The Heimline maneuver. I love that one, bro.
Love that one too, buddy. Yeah, the Heimline, they're all controlled by Wilhelm. So all the UMN and all those tests were done by Wilhelm, which created Dmitry Yuriev. They threw a bunch of children through the UMN and saw what happened when they came out the other side.
The only survivor. Thank you.
Only survivor. Hundreds of thousands of. So he made a contract with Udu through the UMN, which was that he could be reborn into new bodies every time his body started to fail.
Boom. Okay.
So that's why he's been able to. That's why he's been able to be alive and hold federal power for so fucking long, because Dmitry.
It's literally reincarnation.
It's reincarnation, exactly. So, yes. So at this point, he's a galactic agent, or a galactic worker, or whatever you want to call it. And that whole tie that he has with Eric Weber. Eric literally Eric states that the only true friend, when he's talking with the whole group, it's Bugs, Lactus, Melise, and Jan. When he's talking, because Mikhail has been killed. No.
The captain.
Well, the captain would be in this situation, Jan. So all those people are hearing it. Think about Bugs' perspective, though. This is a really sad part. Bugs sees Eric as a father. He doesn't understand human traditions, but he understands the feeling that it is.
So he's
questioning
the rest of the team.
He's what?
He's getting a sense from the rest of the team in this moment
that
his father is actually the main antagonist all along.
Voyager is telling him, Eric Weber is telling them the whole truth. He's saying, I was born with this brain disorder. I had to use the UMN. Through this, I found Udo. Through that, I found Dmitry Yuryev, who is my truest friend, because we are the only two people in existence who have ever met Udo and seen the future times, which, by the way, Udo, every person he sees, he shows them the end of the universe. And humans can't comprehend it, so they get fearful. Dmitry Yuryev is terrified of Udo. This whole idea of Eric Weber, he is terrified of it, and yet he wants to become on the same level as Udo. The reason he takes in these Abraxian children is to bring them to salvation, is what he believes. If they are a part of his mind and can become, exactly, if he can become a part of Udo while taking all these people, he's saving them. He sees himself as a savior. He doesn't see himself as a murderer. He doesn't see himself as a masochist. He doesn't see himself as any of those ideas. He sees himself as the salvator of this universe, right? Of Abraxas, of everything. So, very, very fascinating.
It's so fascinating, bro.
But, check this out. It gets a little bit messed up because...
It's dicey.
Because we know that Voyager is shooting for the council. I'm so sorry, I forget the name. So
what I'm assuming is like the last scene, really, right?
Exactly what I showed you.
What you would call the final act.
The reason that, yes, I'll explain. We are in the final act. We find out, and Eric even says, like, he basically explains, like, hey, he says, I hope you make it in time, Captain, is the last thing he says, because he knows that his son... Joachim and Sharon are both going to be at this council. I'm going to see...
Is there any part of the humanity within
It's the Archon Cathedral and the Pilgrimage Council.
Cares? Like, that's genuine?
So the only part we saw was the one that was explaining it to it. It was his subconscious. He said his true conscious left. And he does say, like, I'm sorry, but this is the truth of the universe, is that I am beyond you as people. If I can kill you, Jan Sauer, I would bring you into myself and you would be saved. If I kill your wife and your kid and all these people, I will save all of them. But the true Eric, it's kind of like Klaus in a way. That subconscious is not the true self. He's almost insane with delusion. So when you truly see him, he's taunting Jan Sauer, being like, hey, I hope you make it in time, Captain. Essentially.
Okay.
We see at the Pilgrimage Council, this is kind of a shot that we see before Jan and the squad come here. There's only 4 of them left, don't forget. That basically, before they show up, Voyager is able to come through and essentially do what has basically been unheard of, which is fuse the UMN with the cathedral and basically make partial virtual reality and partial true reality. He's able to expand that because he's able to use that ability, right? That's what he's able to do because the power of the Zohar is there.
His
it's
contract.
At the exactly.
Yes.
It's at
and
the cathedral.
The Zohar's on site.
It's at the cathedral. This is the immigrant fleet's piece of technology, right? This is their. They don't use it for technology though. So Voyager hijacks that and is able to expand the UMN between this. So they're in partial virtual reality, partial real reality. He kills everyone. Thousands of people are there. He kills everyone in that cathedral, including the other. What was the name of him? Sergius, which replaces Julius. Remember Sergius the 13th?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Or the 14th? Sergius the 14th, he killed... actually, he's able to escape once he sees all that happen. Oh. That's why he's able to have a descendant in the later games who's Sergius the 15th. Okay. Sorry, I messed that up for a second. No. Yeah. But essentially, he's able to create this whole reality, kill everyone in there using the power of the Zohar, and is essentially able to put this blockade, and the only 2 people he spares in this moment is Joachim and Sharon, right? The 2 people that matter most to Jan. The people that he described changed his world from a monochrome gray to a vibrant, wonderful rainbow in which he lives. The 2 people that he trusts more than anyone else in this world that have changed him as a man, he keeps alive, right? So, with that being said, Jan, Bugs, Melise, and Lactus all show up, and they get to the cathedral, and essentially Voyager has created a barrier, a physical barrier, because he has the power over the UMN, and now that's physical reality. He has the ability to literally stop anyone from approaching, and he brainjacks Joachim and Sharon, and basically shows them this idea of them reuniting with her original husband and his original father, and both of them are completely entranced by it. And Joachim literally says, he's like, so we can be with like our real dad forever? And she's like, yes, forever, and we'll never lose him. And he literally like Jan, it brings me to tears. Jan, he's like approaching, he's like grabbing onto that door, and he's like, Joachim, please save Sharon, because he has this relationship where it's like, we'll work together to protect her. Save her, please. Sharon, don't do this. Like recognize that your son is in danger. All this, and Voyager kills them both right in front of Jan, and they both die, wanting to embrace her husband, her original husband, and Joachim's real father. And that's the last thing that Jan sees. The barrier's broken down. There's a couple boss fights. Bugs goats the fuck up. And even though Voyager has the abilities because he's put the UMN in with the real world, he shoots this giant blast. Bugs tanks it and just starts stepping forward slowly, tanking the shot, and physically destructs himself. Yeah, as a robot, he destroys himself because
this is crazy.
He's so
like
hurt.
How it ends.
Yeah, I showed you today actually. And that whole idea of him like being so hurt by where his father figure has gone, and giving his life to truly like try and save his crew. Now, I'm telling you, man, this is one of the most tragic things I've ever seen. So Bugs is dead. The only ones left, Jan, Melise, and Lactus. And obviously Voyager, who's Eric. Eric, then fight him? You do multiple times. So you fight him after even Bugs is dead, and Eric then descends deeper into the UMN. In that moment, he almost disappears, and you see him surrounded by this like red essence, which is essentially Udo. He calls out to Udo, Eric does, and he basically says, let's fulfill the rest of my agreement. I bring all these people using the Zohar to you, and therefore we will stand side by side. And he gets nothing. No one responds to him. There's no response. There's nothing even close to a response. And he's literally like begging. He's like, Udo, where are you? Come to me. I've done everything that I thought you wanted me to do. What am I missing, right? What am I missing? And no one responds.
This is Voyager talking?
This is Voyager. This is Eric. This is Eric talking. He's done everything.
Like in his Voyager form.
He goes deep. Yes, he goes in deeper into the UMN to find Udo. No one responds except for one person, Wilhelm. Wilhelm responds to him and says, Udo's not going to come back for you. There is nothing that you can do. Udo wanted to observe you, and that's the most he ever wanted to do. You are not in any form, like any way, going to make a contract with him. You hold no power against a being like Udo. However, I will give you that power. I do. And literally, it's honestly kind of.
I do.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Oh, that's crazy. So Wilhelm literally says.
This is just all fucking nuts.
So Wilhelm literally tells him, he's like, essentially, you have no rights or bearings to your God that you've been praying to, but I can give that to you. And Eric is essentially like, okay, so do I even have a choice in the matter? He's like, unless you want to cease to exist, no. He's like, okay, well then I guess I know what I have to do. I'll take this offer you're giving me. And Wilhelm literally says, we appreciate your cooperation, which is so ironic with everything that's happening right now.
It's literally the Matrix.
Yeah, so he literally says that, grants him the power of Wilhelm, which is to create a testament, the Black Testament. He's guarded in these black robes. I have pictures for you, just so
the true form of Voyager.
The true form of Voyager, absolutely. So not only does he dons these black robes, and he becomes the testament right in front of Jan. Absolutely. That's when he sees him again, obviously. But so that whole idea of him becoming this ability, like unstoppable. There's no one who can stop him. And he says, after you beat him in the final battle, he basically says, okay, Jan, here's what I'm gonna do. I have complete control over the Zohar right now. I'm either going to kill you, either you can I'll kill you and you will become a part of my consciousness.
You can join.
Yes.
Maybe even, is he saying things
he also offers,
have him
check this out. Check this out. Exactly. He says, I can do that for you. Or using what Lactus was created by Wilhelm, which Lactus is an observant Realian created by Wilhelm with Project Kanan installed into his head. Now I'm going to blow your mind. The character Kanan that we talked about in all of Xenosaga 2, that character right there.
One of your favorites.
He is Lactus. So he was, the Lactus was created by Wilhelm. What you were talking about him being this double agent, he was created without Lactus's even knowledge. Everything that he does, he's observing people around him to choose who a testament should be. I'm so sorry.
That's
so
the role of
exactly
Lactus?
Of Lactus and Kanan is to find testament for Wilhelm. So check this out. Not only did he find 2 testament candidates,
yes,
Eric and Jan Sauer. Eric understands this completely once he's given the power, and he basically says in front of him, he's like, well, you're like one of your last subordinates. He's a double agent. He doesn't care about you. Like and Lactus is literally like, Captain, what are you talking about? I care about you and the crew so much. Like this matters so much to me. He's like, no, think about Project Kanan. And it's almost like this trigger word. And he's like, oh my God, Lactus didn't even know that he was an observer. He was literally being used by Wilhelm to find a testament. And he basically says, me and you, Jan Sauer, you are the other testament. So come join me as a testament with Wilhelm, because I understand all this information now that I'm a testament. Come join me, or I will, if you refuse, I will kill you and absorb you into my own brain.
Force you, bro.
So no matter what, it's either become a testament and rule with me forever, or you will die and become a part of my consciousness forever. 2 options, right? That's the only 2. Check it out. There's a 3rd option.
Of course.
Jan Sauer, with all of this said, being the man he has after losing the family that he has, Jan grabs his pistol and puts it up to his head and basically exclaims, I will never choose the options you've given me. He pulls the trigger and shoots himself in the head, killing himself. He dies in that moment. The only 2 people left from that. After that, Eric decides to retreat. He pulls himself back to Wilhelm, being the true lapdog of what he thought was Udu, now becoming Wilhelm's lapdog as a Black Testament. Malise and Lactus are the only 2 members that survive from that occasion on that day. And what I'm going to do, it might be a minute. It won't take too long, though. I'm going to read the prologue if you're okay with this.
Yeah. Actually,
You want to pee?
I got to pee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bird.
Okay, bro. I want to open with, was doing a little bit of deeper digging. Okay. Which I think is going to fascinate you. Okay. I was looking up even further into Abraxas because I still wasn't satisfied with just like the blanket statement. It's so deep. There's a whole Wikipedia page on Abraxas. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, here's Yes, I want you to tell that, and then I'm going
Yes.
to tell the story of Pied Piper.
Okay.
And then I'm going to finish it off with the prologue.
Okay.
Down
So
with
I have
that?
one question first.
Okay.
Did
Are
you
you back in?
Yeah, we are.
Okay, cool.
Did you mention Archon?
Archon Cathedral is the name
Archon
of the cathedral.
Cathedral. I
Yeah,
thought you
that's
did.
where everything went down.
Yeah, I thought you did.
That's where Voyager kills
Check this out.
Jan's wife and kid.
I went deeper. I went digging on Abraxas on my piss break,
Yes.
okay?
Yes.
On Wikipedia, look at what the definition is of Abraxas, okay? Which is biblical Greek, taking these ideas and forming it with the Gnostic religion of Gnostic Balasides, okay? Being applied to the great Archon. Okay? What is Archon? So it's
question.
highlighted, so I
Yes.
clicked on it.
Yes.
Archon, within Gnosticism, okay, is a religion closely related to describing the builders of the physical universe.
Wow.
Specifically the physical universe. Check this out. The Archons are rulers, each relating to one of the 7 planets, preventing souls from leaving the material world.
I didn't even know this.
This has to go.
So
dude,
crazy.
this is crazy. This is directly relating to why he's absorbing them.
That's what
I'm gonna go-
Voyager's belief is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me go further
Yes.
directly from Wikipedia
Okay.
still. The political connotation reflects rejection of governmental systems as flawed without the chance of true salvation. Bro, this is crazy.
Wow, this is
And I'm going to go even deeper a sec because this is extending, not particularly with what you're talking about. I think everything I just said is like, whoa.
Well, there's
a
a reason Takahashi is using all this.
Yes, bro.
This namesake.
So the Archons are the rulers of the realm within the, quote, kingdom of darkness, who together, all 7 rulers, make up the Prince of Darkness. Okay? I think this ties in with Testaments.
Yeah.
I think this is tying in with
Prince
so
of
much.
Darkness, I agree.
Prince of Darkness. Now this is like, oh, Prince of Darkness. That's like Kingdom Hearts, right?
Right.
Check this out. I now clicking on going deeper in Wikipedia on the Prince of Darkness within all the same thing. Ruled by the 5 evil archons: demon, dragon, eagle, fish, and lion. I don't know if any of those have symbolism.
So Junior, who is the son of Dmitry Yuriev,
Yes.
one of them,
Yes.
his ability, which is said to destroy Udu, is called Red Dragon.
Red Dragon. Can you? Okay,
So I don't know about the rest.
What if this is representing Dmitry Yuriev as the Prince of Darkness?
Okay, that would be
These
a perfect
5
point because what is the Prince of Darkness's point? Like, what is it?
Okay, yeah. So he is a direct antagonist to the Father of Greatness. Bro,
You already found it.
carrying the assault by evoking their number of entities who sacrifice themselves and are absorbed into the Prince of Darkness. Stop right there.
Okay, Dmitry Yuriev, you'll see in this prologue once I read it, his point after this moment, after the everything that happened in the Archon Cathedral, he reverts from the government and basically becomes an independent being that wants to stop Udu. So his fight against Udu is
No way.
Yo, what up, big dog?
bro?
All right.
In this moment.
Yeah, what up, buddy?
Hold on.
We're
You
gonna
can sit in,
you're gonna have to sit in because
You're gonna have to sit in.
deep in this right now.
We got
We're deep in this right
Reese
now.
joining us right now.
Shout out
baby.
Reese. What up, buddy?
Shout out.
Okay.
What up, Reese?
So that idea, of Dmitry Yuriev, if he is that Prince of Darkness, he absolutely is, because already that idea of Junior, his descendant, his son, the Red Dragon mode, technically there's 5. There's Citrine.
There was 5.
Junior, technically. So Rubido, who's Junior.
Yes.
Negredo, Albedo, Citrine.
Yes.
That's 666, 667, 668, and 669, and then all of them that are up to 665 are all one consciousness as a being, and they're called URTVs. They're basic units. That's 5 beings that Dmitry Yuriev is using to counteract Udu. Okay?
Dude.
This is crazy. I didn't even know this.
Crazy.
I didn't even know this.
Right. This
So
is so hype.
okay, what I want to do, I'm going to further everything you said with the prologue.
Let's do it.
So last we just took a quick break. Jan Sauer just shot himself in the head. Melise was unable to stop it, and Lactus was outed as an agent of Wilhelm.
Kanan.
Kanan is his name. Which just physically,
he didn't even know.
I want to show you. He had no idea. So that's Kanan. That's what we see of Kanan.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. That's Lactus. And that is Kanan. And we see him later. That's right.
Yeah.
So, and I also have these visuals. That is what he looks like after. That is Jan Sauer. The Testament Black. That's Eric Weber. That's what he looks like. Just visually so you can be with it. I am going to read this prologue because I think it's very important for the wrapping up the story.
Okay.
This is Melise. This is what she says. TC 4667. I can still remember the events of that year as though it were yesterday. Voyager disappeared from the network that night, the night after the everything that happened at the Archon Cathedral. The Federation police announced that the serial killer was Special Investigator Eric Weber. As the only witness, I had to testify day and night until I was sent to rehabilitation on grounds of extreme mental distress a week later. Sounds like government interference, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Basically saying the only real person that wasn't a realien that survived, that saw all this, we're going to have to send you the mental rehabilitation because you clearly know the inner workings of Dmitry Yuriev and the rest of the government that's truly in on this belief.
Yeah, you're not doing okay, buddy.
Exactly. Here's the thing. No one believed my story.
Of course.
Lactus was recalled to Vector because of a defect in his central nervous system. Even now, I don't know the real reason for the recall. But the last time I saw his face, he didn't seem like a realien with an abnormality in his brain. Think about it. Vector is Wilhelm. So if he's being recalled, there's a reason for it. The true sleeper agent part of his mind was not activated. In that moment, it should have. That's the point of the recall. Wilhelm saw that he was with Jan Sauer. He was with Jan. He was not with Voyager. He was not with Wilhelm. He said, Captain, I'm no, this is me. I'm Lactus. I am your subordinate, right?
Right. So but you said a scene happened where then he's awakened to his memories and his purpose, and he still didn't defect.
Because he is Lactus. He believed himself to be.
He overrode
with
his consciousness.
Because his consciousness was for Jan Sauer.
That's
right, Sauer.
Insane,
absolutely.
Bro.
So I'll continue on. As for the captain, the fact that I couldn't stop the suicide of Jan Sauer haunts me even now. However, I never thought for a moment that his reasons for what he did were wrong. Maybe instead of wanting him to survive, I really just hoped that he would defy Eric. The captain's body was quickly recovered. After he was registered at the body bank, the biochemical company Ziggurat Industries came and took him for recycling. I forgot to mention that earlier. They do talk about it. Lactus says there isn't, he was like, you and the rest of everyone here signed up for body recycling, without a thought of it. He says that earlier in the game, but I wish I mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, just a passive, by the way.
Exactly. So, news of the Zohar's activation caused the entire star system to become interested in owning it, of course. So the power of God, once again, is being the activation of it. Everyone in the star, everyone wants it, right? Everyone wants that power. They want that true energy source, right? Which is only the energy of God. Okay. Because of that, the Federation's Salvators took it forcibly from the Holy Land of Abraxas. Before long, riots had broken out, until on Yuriev's council, the Federation imposed a military sanction on the immigrant fleet. That's crazy. Patriarch Sergius XIV went on the network to publicly blame the Federation. The careful relationship that Patriarch Julius forged between the Galaxy Federation and the immigrant fleet, the one who was before the one who was before Sergius, who was preaching for unity, who was preaching for this idea. Yeah, all of it was basically, he said the careful relationship between Patriarch Julius forged between the Galaxy Federation and the immigrant fleet amounted to nothing. As for Yuriev, he appeared to have left the political stage to found an institute to research Udu, which is the URTV's Junior, Albedo, Negredo, Citrine, all those ones we were just talking about. Also,
who's the fifth?
The fifth is the rest of the URTVs. They have blonde hair and they look just like them, but they all share a consciousness.
Yeah.
And they kind of look differently they're called I forget what the other ones are called. They're called something.
And what does URTV stand for?
URTV is it's Udu Resistance Technology something. It's a Udu resistance model that is based on Yuryev's DNA that he creates almost like people to be able to counter.
Yes.
That's why Junior Rubido has the ability to counter Udu. His ability is that of the countering of God because Yuriev built him that way. So, also, Planet Abraxas was renamed to Mictum and put under strict surveillance by the Federation. So not only did they take the Zohar from them, the religious piece of their religion that they worshipped, and stole that away, but also just kept them on huge. They basically said, okay, all these children of Zohar, we're going to make sure we keep a strict eye on them. Okay?
Okay.
You with me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I've come to think that the awesome this is very important, and I want you to listen to this. Are you in this?
Yes.
Okay. I've come to think, this is Melise talking, by the way. I've come to think that the awesome technologies of the UMN are nothing more than useless dead weight. I've learned that finding the truth in all the information there is like finding a needle in a haystack. Alexei from Vergitas taught me this, who Vergitas is essentially I forgot to mention them, which is kind of my fault. It's a UMN resistance group, but they're not like large, right?
Sure.
Scientia, which Melise eventually founds, is
That's
a true
huge scale.
Yeah.
This is more like just like a rebellion.
Exactly. I wanted to know the truth. This I want you to hear. I wanted to know the truth, so I decided to leave the Federation Police, and Alexei took me in. I realized that I had settled into my new role at Vergitas. Eventually, I succeeded in organizing a full-blown anti-UMN resistant, and I became the strong leader that I always wanted to be. She wanted to be the captain, like Jan Sauer, but she became it through this Scientia. I call the new organization Scientia. The truth will set you free. However, I learned a lot from the whole affair. Before you look for salvation in truth, you must question what truth really is. Beautifully said. It's a strange story. Once I was a member of the Federation Police, but now I command a resistance movement of millions of people across the star system. I wonder what Eric was looking for. What was the end of the world that he saw? He was a preacher, like Alexei and the others said. Is the moral of the story that we didn't pay him what he deserved, so he became the Pied Piper of Hamline? Where has he taken me? Maybe the captain's soul, which so resolutely refused the sound of that flute. I need to go into the story of Pied Piper right after this.
Yeah.
Of that flute is roaming somewhere too. If so, I wanted to prepare a better world for what his heart is freed from that bewitching sound. And he returns to us. I think that's what everyone would have wanted. TC 4669, Melise Ortez, the creator of Scientia. So, there's a lot to take from that ending. This idea that this federational control over religious beliefs, how that ends in destruction. This idea that she says, I wonder what Eric truly was searching for. Was it a salvation of sorts? This idea that he recognized that we are in a political system where the politics are trying to rob the people of their religious beliefs, right? This idea that maybe this truth will set you free, but are you ready for the truth? Are you even capable of understanding the truth? Is the truth a needle in a haystack, right? Very, very. I literally needed to read this whole thing because I was just blown away by this program.
Absolutely.
So I want to tell the story of Pied Piper real quick. Do you know it, or we're gonna pretend like you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
refresh me. I probably
there's a.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe know like the thematic.
It's a classic. It's a classic.
Yeah.
There's a riverside town that exists next to a river. And there is a massive, massive rat infestation deeply rooted in the town. There's rats.
Okay.
Horribly, right? The mayor is put a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure put on him because he's the mayor. He needs to get these rats out of here, right? There's a man who shows up that goes by the Pied Piper, who essentially says, I can get rid of your rat infestation. And the mayor responds with, absolutely, I will give you $100,000. Back then it would be $1 million, a ridiculous amount of money.
A trillion.
$1 million. No, but the price is not really the point. It's a ridiculous amount of money because he doesn't really believe in the Piper, right? The Piper then pulls out a flute the next day and he starts playing it. And he marches, kind of like it's a reference. They reference it in Majora's Mask. Remember that flute that you play in the
yes.
and they all start following you. It's chicks, right?
The chickens.
The chickens. Yeah, they start following you.
Yeah, well, they literally evolve into chicks.
That's
right. In
right.
front of you, right.
That's right.
Chickens.
So
right.
what
It's
happens? Exactly. Picture that the rats all start following the Pied Piper. He plays this tune, right? And every single rat that's in the town follows him, and they jump into the river. They all kill themselves. Every single rat. He fixes the infestation completely. So what happens is he goes to the mayor and he says, all right, I fixed your problem. Give me the money you promised me. And the mayor says, oh, okay. We appreciate everything you've said. Political speech. Here is a pittance for your work. Barely anything that he promised him. And he said, that's not what you promised me.
Right.
Oh, well, blah, blah, blah. We a small town. Oh, this blah, 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 blah.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
The Pied Piper leaves.
Jargon.
Exactly. Political jargon. The Pied Piper leaves. And the very next day, the sun starts rising over the hill. And the children are all out playing. And there's a methodical tune that can be heard over the hill. And all the children start lining up and following it. They follow the Pied Piper. And all follow him to a cave, which closes right behind it. And essentially, that's the story.
Yeah, no, I haven't heard of that.
The moral of the story, the Pied Piper, he's in like Shrek. You see him in like a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
The moral of the story is that when you refuse to pay the Piper, the bill always gets paid. The price is paid in your future. So this can be seen in our modern government or our modern situations or even the way we deal with money nowadays, right? We kick the can down the road is the way to say it. We decide to not pay the Piper and the price is our future, the children. All of those are the future. So I'm going to read this one more time. Not the whole thing, but just what she says about him being the Pied Piper.
About the Pied
Yes.
This is I'm guessing, the first time Pied Piper is mentioned in the entire game.
This is the full mention.
Yeah.
Let's see.
The end of the game, basically.
Yeah, it's the complete end.
Xenosaga Pied Piper.
Right. Let's see.
Which is crazy. I'm telling you right now, it relates to Kingdom Hearts.
I think it's more epic than any other story.
Well, it's told way better, as you know. Kingdom Hearts wasn't very satisfying the further it got along, but
the only problem was 3.
No, it had other problems. A lot of other problems.
Okay.
Really?
Okay. All right.
358 Days Over 2.
Excellent story.
Gameplay?
Oh,
System?
we're talking gameplay and system.
A lot of problems.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought we were talking
Right.
All right. Pause on
But,
the Kingdom Hearts real quick.
All right, we'll come back.
Yeah, we'll come back to it. So what she says here, I wonder what Eric was looking for. What was the end of the world that he saw? Was he a preacher, like Alexei and the others said? Is the moral of the story that we didn't pay him what he deserved? This idea that we are using the UMN, right? This idea that we are meddling with powers we don't understand. But guess what? You think it's all this free stuff. You think it's
free.
This idea,
of anything being free.
Of consciousness being faster than light travel. Free. We're able to communicate as people. Nothing is free. Someone always has to pay the piper. The piper has to be paid. We didn't pay him what he deserved, so he became the Pied Piper of Hamline, which is the name of the
story.
It's
basically.
the name of the town in the original Pied Piper game. Where has he taken me? Maybe the captain's soul, which so resolutely refused the sound of that flute. I actually want to mention this real quick. I forgot to mention in the story, 3 children couldn't make it. One was crippled and could not walk. One was blind and couldn't see where they were going. And one was deaf and couldn't hear the sound of the music. Only 3 children stayed in that town. In the original story of the Pied Piper.
Yeah.
So where has he taken me? So also think about it. There are essentially 3 that did not listen to the sound of the piper, which was Eric Weber, Voyager himself.
Right.
One decided
Melise.
not to hear it. Melise, the
Jan,
one that Jan
just mentioned, and
who
then
decided to kill himself instead of listening to the sound, and then Lactus.
Okay. Yeah.
So where has he taken me? Maybe the captain's soul, which so resolutely refused the sound of that flute, is roaming somewhere too. If so, I wanted to prepare a better world for when his heart is freed from that bewitching sound and he returns to us. I think that's what everyone would have wanted.
Bro.
And that's Pied Piper for you.
Wow.
Seriously?
Wow.
Seriously?
Wow.
One of the... I'm not
so
kidding.
glad I know.
I'm glad too.
The entire story
Good.
now. Truly. Probably someday we'll venture into like all the Xenobits, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All the Resident Arc lore and discussions. Because Pied Piper was not a topic of conversation years ago when I was first checking all this out.
Absolutely.
Truly.
Absolutely.
This is exceptional. I see other than experiencing myself, which I know would just add to it, I love
if it's
listening
available
to this
one
entire
day
story though through your eyes and through your lens. I thought you told everything.
Thank you.
Very well.
I did forget a couple things. I was forgetting to mention a couple.
If anything, just a couple pieces of symbolism.
Yeah.
Adding in. it just adds to it. But
For sure.
truly, I was gripped. I hope everyone else was.
I hope so too.
I
hope you guys were in that because we were in that.
Yeah,
deep.
I think this is a time I almost cried on cast. And
what part did you almost tear up at? Because
truly, I started feeling really emotional draws to Jan when he
with Joachim.
Yes,
Me too.
when he first got taken in.
I teared up when I first saw him, Sharon, and Joachim interact. Like that moment of like, oh, it's just guy stuff. It's
right.
Like, wow,
when he is starting to see Joachim in a reflection of himself.
Yes,
right?
and he takes
Which,
the
by
role
the way,
of being a father.
Going to Pied Piper.
Yes,
right. It's he is seeing his future.
Yes,
right.
That's the future of himself.
Yes. Right.
So what does the Pied Piper take if you can't pay the tool? If you decide to use the UMN and abuse it, right? And abuse this act of what I could say powers you don't understand, the Pied Piper always gets paid. It will be paid in your future. Joachim was taken, Jan was taken, the children were taken, Abraxas was taken, the Zohar was taken. He is the Pied Piper. Hence the name Xenosaga Pied Piper.
Beautiful.
Come on, that's like one of the greatest. Bro. I'm not kidding. That is if it's one day available, which I pray it will be one day. It will be my favorite of the Xenosaga story.
Yeah.
This story and the true. Oh, I actually did forget to mention one thing. We do see one thing at the very end of Pied Piper.
Okay.
That I honestly am just gonna show you and see what you think.
Sprinkle it on.
Yeah, I'm gonna sprinkle it on. This is the very end of the entire story. After the credits roll and everything.
Yeah.
You see this, and that's the end.
That's it.
That's the end. So
with the hair slicked back.
That's
right?
Ziggy.
It says
That's
Ziggurat
Ziggurat
8.
8. Exactly. So this goes into so much more. Not only did I love this story, but what does it add to him creating this relationship with Momo? When he first meets Momo, the whole reason he goes by Ziggy is because Momo is like, no, you deserve a real name. Your name is, I'll call you Ziggy. It flashes him back to Joachim, to this moment where he buys Joachim a dog. I didn't mention this part because it was kind of during the whole time when he's getting married and getting close with the kids. He literally buys this dog for Joachim, and Joachim's like, what's its name? And he's like, it's Nexus 7 or something like that. And he's like, oh, let's call him Nex. Let's call him Nex. And he's like, yeah, that's a great idea, son. Yeah, call him that. And then Momo, when she meets him, it's the story of Last of Us again. This idea of this man who's so broken by the world, who already lost his child, meets this being so pure and so beautiful that it carves away at that hardness in his heart, and he's able to become a father again towards this being. That's why Ziggy is my favorite fucking character in this whole series, and it's one of the reasons why, like, you know, after he shot himself and after he was brought back, his memories are scrambled, but he remembers to a point who he was. He remembers Voyager, he remembers Joachim, he remembers Sharon, he remembers all these aspects of it. And just throughout the whole series, we see him deal with that. How he would react if he saw Voyager again. How would he react? How would he see a man who did this to him? How would he react, let's say the second time, when he collects himself? He thinks of himself as, I am Jan Sauer. I am all this, right? And he looks at him, that scene that I showed you where he's staring off with him, and he just goes, Voyager. Like, you will pay for what you've done. These are some of the most epic moments I've ever seen in a video game, dude.
Bro.
So, not only, I truly am so glad you let me do this episode, because I think Pied Piper is so much bigger than any other thing. I experienced this whole story. It's an essential piece. And I genuinely hope, Caleb, you're able to listen to this whole episode, because this is, I partially want to do this for you, but also just for anyone else who wants to understand Xenosaga better. This is an important part of the story because it sets up for Yuriev to Lactus, who is such an important character. Kanan is the beginning of Xenosaga 2. It's the first character you see, him in Chaos.
Yes.
You know, fighting during the Michelin conflict. And knowing who he is and where he came from. And this idea that he is a Realian who fought programming. Who fought this extra idea that was supposed to take him over. You're Kanan. No, I'm Lactus. Captain, I promise I'm Lactus. Does he make it up to him in the end? Does he do all this? I guess we'll find out in the Xenosaga episode 3 episode.
Part 3,
Yes,
baby.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Actually, that is beautiful.
Thank you.
Seriously beautiful, man.
Thank
Let's
you,
wrap
Let's wrap
this
it.
podcast,
I'm so with
brother.
it.
Because I'm ready to. I'm
Yes.
honestly ready to talk a little offcast.
Yeah, me
and
too, man.
and dive into more of this. And
I'm so
and
glad
dive
you're
into-
able to enjoy it,
dude.
dude. Like,
no,
seriously.
thank you, bro.
It's perfect.
Can I be real?
Yeah.
I probably enjoyed. This is probably my favorite.
Yes.
Of the 3 Xenosaga themed episodes we've done so far.
Yeah.
And again, I'll reiterate, guys. This is these are games that I've only really heard about from. We mentioned. I'm sorry.
Caleb.
What?
And,
Caleb, obviously, and then
Right.
other sources.
External.
Xenobits,
Xenobits. And,
from
when you did
I
that
want to say
research.
RetroArch, is that
no, Resonant Arc.
Resonant
Yeah,
Arc?
Resonant
Thank
Arc,
you.
yeah. Which they did in an
But
incredible
even
episode, too.
and that's not even touching Pied Piper specifically. I've really only this whole game has only come to light from you
That's right.
to me. Like,
Thank
I
you,
didn't even
bro.
know this existed, right?
Thank you. Neither did Caleb. He's a huge fan of Xenosaga.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
So-
Yeah. No, he knows. So, again, I echo. I hope,
Yeah.
Caleb, let us know. Like, if you got any questions or any more you want to add to this.
Please.
I think everything that what I always love from stories like this is looking at the parallels. I felt this way from every single Xenoblade game.
Well, I hope
we've
you know
played.
you brought so much to the table.
Hell yeah.
While I was saying that, I did not know the the Archon connection, the
Yes,
Braxis
dude.
connection. Even I genuinely think you're onto something with that Yuriev connection and the Prince of Darkness,
Dude,
the
yes.
idea of because
Yes,
it was a
this
dragon.
idea of the
yeah.
because it sets this parallel that I don't think I really thought of with
Yeah.
Xenoblade, which
Yeah.
is like it touches on the same themes. It's obviously in the same universe
Very
as
similar,
you've really ironed in. Okay,
I promise.
these are all connected.
Yeah, I promise.
And I see it. I do. But
Where
the
do you
thing
think?
that
Why do you
Xenoblade,
think? Yeah.
why Xenoblade really hammers home on one idea, I
Yes.
think, which is a human attesting and becoming
Yes.
God.
They can.
But you can't.
You can't.
Right? That is the
Yes.
theme, I think, of Xenoblade.
It's the Xeno.
Okay?
It's a Xeno idea,
Right.
But you're right.
But-
Xenoblade. What did it equal? There's a reason Lost Jerusalem, Earth, is not a present part of this story
Right.
because that's Xenoblade's story.
Yes.
What happened with the Earth when a man truly thought he could touch God or truly thought he could become God?
Yes.
What happens to the man?
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I even think, too?
Yes.
It's like Klaus embodies with everything that happened. He wasn't supposed to have that authority.
Right.
He, like, at all.
Right.
But he thought, okay, everything is too far gone now.
Right.
I can
Right.
create
I will
a
fix,
better version.
Yes, I will fix
of
the
what we
world.
have.
Yes.
And
yes.
he couldn't.
Well, what
he had two opportunities. and he
what
couldn't do it.
causes people to be in this scenario? It was the Salvators, led by Dmitry Yuriev, who were approaching the conduit, right? Who were they became the Saviorite rebels, right? Who became almost a terrorist organization because what? You're trying to control the genetics of human beings,
Right.
Trying to play God,
Right.
And then you have the people of the beanstalks, right? Who were trying to understand and test
Yes.
powers and abilities,
Yes.
creating the I'm so sorry, the Trinity processor, trying to figure out what the Zohar is.
No amount
all
of
those
logic,
things.
no amount of
All
anything
those things.
within
Yes.
the lower domain,
Yes.
within our reality, we cannot
You can't.
approach
No, you can't.
any idea of perfection.
Exactly.
Ever. right?
Exactly. The
It's-
holiness of what it is.
The holiness, right.
Yeah.
It's insane, bro. This is a beautiful story, man. I think
I'm telling you, Takahashi
I think we could talk
is-
about it indefinitely.
And we will.
To be honest. Yeah, and we will. So, Joshy, I have
Yes.
I have one piece of trivia for you.
One
Yeah.
piece?
Well, you know what?
One
piece. I ended up finding a few questions, and I will be honest, you answered them already on cast.
No. Ask them all.
I'm gonna ask
Just for
one.
fun.
Just
No,
one.
please ask them
Yeah,
all.
you already know the answer, so I'm gonna ask you one,
Fine.
which is who actually contributed their final contribution to the Xenosaga lore in the piece of Pied Piper?
It was Takahashi's wife. I don't remember her name though.
Soraya Saga.
Soraya Saga,
Takahashi's wife.
I'm
is
sorry, I didn't know the name. Do I get
absolutely
points at
correct.
least?
You absolutely
Yeah,
do,
it was
bro.
her final
Yes.
thing she worked
Yes,
on.
It was.
And,
it was.
It was one of the reasons I think why Pied Piper is as incredible as it is.
I
Because I think it was
completely agree,
almost
bro.
like this, even though it was a phone game, even though it was episodic, she put her whole heart and soul into it. So
Yes.
absolutely.
You know what? I'll have a bonus question.
Yes.
Going with the thematics of what we just talked about,
Yes.
I'm going to give you a hint and think of Voyager.
Yes.
How many chapters, you probably already know this even, are in Pied Piper?
It's 3, but they're broken into 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is 3, though.
Yes. It is 3.
3. Symbolic for
The Trinity.
the 3 left over. The Trinity.
Oh my gosh, and the 3 children that are left over from
Yes.
Pied Piper.
Well, this whole story is about Voyager,
Yes,
right?
it
So
is.
it's kind of the backstory, yes, of Jan Sauer and who he becomes, but Voyager really it's equal parts
Yes.
showing the dark and the light, right? And how they're unfolding,
Absolutely.
finding the truth, even how you find the truth. I think
Absolutely.
it's all really beautifully
I
done.
think it's
Josh.
also, I think it's so deeply thought of, and the fact that we're giving it as much thought is a testament to, the
don't
testament
say,
to
baby.
the level of incredible deep
Dude.
writing that, they all, Sawyer, what was her name?
Saga.
Saga.
Yes.
Yeah.
Crazy. The Xenosaga.
Xenosaga.
If you will, bro.
Oh, I love it.
If you will, Heim. Joshy, let's wrap right
Yes,
here.
wrap it.
Guys, thanks so much for joining us.
Yes, sir.
Once again, for the official
I hope you guys
Podcast
enjoyed
podcast.
the story. I hope you guys were invested.
I hope you liked it as much as I did, guys,
Dude.
because I was hooked,
Yeah,
man.
Yeah.
Xenosaga Pied Piper is a wrap, brother.
Yes,
This
sir.
Is episode 58 once
Let's
again.
go.
Thank you so much for joining us, guys. We're just going to wrap right here.
Let's wrap it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you have
Oh.
a quote
So I want.
pulled up by chance?
I did end up reading
for our Proverbs Spotlight?
the quote,
Did you?
which was it was the end of this right here. Do you want me to read it one more time? I could do a Proverbs Spotlight.
Well, let's summarize it down. Do you have a more concise quote because you did read that
see.
entire quote.
Yes, I did. I got it right here. Summarized for perfect. So this is from, I won't say it yet. The truth will set you free. However, I learned a lot from this whole affair. Before you look at salvation in truth, you must question what truth really is. That is Melise Ortuz.
Insane, bro. I think it also has a tandem with John 8:32. Jesus specifically says, "And you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free."
The truth will set you free.
Yes, yeah. I knew there was an actual Bible verse that directly quoted
I'm so glad you
but
found that.
Yeah, the parallels are insane, man. I love everything I've heard from this series.
It's
everything that I've experienced.
dude. It's blowing my mind.
Dude.
The more I bring it to you, the more you're able to bring to me.
Yes.
And I'm only loving this series so much more. Like, I can't believe this is real. Like, it really is, like, it feels like the most thought out series I've ever seen in my life.
That's what makes it insane, because this is not this is not a story that is on the level of popularity or
of Attack on
or
Titan
anything, of
or
AOT, of One Piece,
not
of
even
any of these huge, even Kingdom Hearts,
and yet,
which you mentioned earlier,
absolutely,
right? That is a much bigger IP owned by Disney.
Right.
This is a much more carefully told story. I mean, I'll be real, like, it was restarted almost. Twice.
Yeah.
3 different.
I mean, it started with Xenogears.
Xenogears, right?
And then the plan was to restart it again with Monado, and then choosing to truly embrace those aspects and just allowing it to be this massive epic story is beyond anything.
I actually think I really appreciate in this piece that I don't think I've ever caught wind of from any other of those stories we mentioned or any other IP of this scale. And by scale, again, it's not the scale of money or anything.
No.
This is a scale just of ambition. Okay,
absolutely.
And the scale is it's not just Takahashi. What I'm seeing over and over again is a theme here, Joshi, is Takahashi has never been alone. His wife is with him. His team's with him. His team themselves renamed
They
the
literally
series to
made the
Xenoblade.
decision
They
to-
were like,
to
no,
make it,
we need to keep this going, because Takahashi was willing
This
to
is
say,
your-
no,
yeah.
this is a brand new team. I'm not going to bring my baggage on this story to you guys.
Right.
And they're like, no, we get it.
No, we
That's
want
why
it.
we renamed
We
it Xenoblade
want it.
for you,
Exactly,
buddy.
exactly.
This is such a beautiful tale, and I know we talk about the entire Xenoverse a lot, probably more than we ever thought we would on this cast. But it's just a part of, I think, who you and I are, and the beauty of what makes us Flash Bros. So let's wrap it right there.
Let's wrap it,
Thank
baby.
you so much for joining
Let's
us.
wrap it.
Once again, you
Thanks,
guys.
everybody.
Thanks for that quote, Joshi. We will
of
see
course.
you all next week.
Yes, we will.
Be safe, spread love, enjoy your weekend, my friends.
And don't forget,
God bless.
truth will set you free.
The truth will set
Yes,
you free.
sir.
Baby!
Yes, sir.